Hello, and welcome back to Xpwaste, where I've spent more time in my video editing software this week than I have at my actual office. Hi, I'm Oxie.
And I'm Michael. If this is your first time tuning in, hello and welcome. We are Xpwaste. We're a RuneScape podcast. We're going to talk about all things old school RuneScape. This week, we have a very special guest in Potatohime. Is that how you say your name? I guess. I don't know.
No.
I'm going to be quite honest and tell you, because we talked about this a little bit when we all met in Discord. I've not watched any of your content, so I'm coming at this as a brand new person. I welcome. Thank you for coming on the show.
Yo, thank you for having me. Yeah, it's Potatohime, but that's okay. No one says it correctly, and that's completely fine. And it's very good that you have not seen my content, because then I would not be here right now. So that's very good.
All right, starting us off strong with a really confident intro.
Potatohime. I noticed your accent is not American.
That's correct.
Why is it every time we have a foreigner on the show, you make it so hard?
What? I'm just trying to make conversation.
I notice your accent isn't.
I noticed that your English is shit. Please tell us more.
No. That's not what I'm saying. I'm trying to ask where you're
real
from.
Weird, lady.
No. I'm from Norway. So that's why it is the way it is.
Very cool.
Yeah.
Very cool.
All right, power start, Michael. So, Miss Potato, tell us about yourself. Who the hell are you?
Oh, God.
Why are you on the show? What do you do with old school? Could you imagine if we just invited someone who had nothing to do with old school RuneScape? Just like found a random streamer in the Valorant category, and we're like, hey, come on our show.
That would have been very funny, but no, I'm Potatohime. I'm a Twitch streamer. I dabble a little bit in YouTube as well. I've just started that. And I play an ultimate Ironman and just talk shit. That's what I do.
Perfect. I know we talked about it a little bit earlier. You're the first UIM that we've interviewed who doesn't have any like arbitrary restrictions. Because the other two, I believe, are Jep and Verf that we've talked to, who are just can't play the game normally, you know? And you're playing it normally as a UIM, about as normal as you can. You know?
That is very true. I didn't really intend to start playing UIM. I got bullied into it. So that's kind of how that became.
How do you get bullied into being a UIM?
No, so I can tell the story from the beginning. I played a main account, very normal, as most people do. I maxed that main account and then got very bored after doing that. So I was like,
Shout out.
We should do something weird. So I started a Snowflake hardcore. Right? As people do, apparently. And then after playing that for a bit, I befriended this lady called Molly Music. She's also a streamer. She's an ultimate Ironman. And we became very good friends, and then people started coming in my chat going like, Molly's a UIM, why aren't you a UIM? When are you gonna play UIM, huh? And at one point I just like kind of lost my shit a bit and said like, okay, all right, I will make a UIM. I will play it for 24 hours straight. 24-hour stream, and that's it. That's all the UIM content you're gonna get. We're starting from scratch, 24-hour stream, that's it. And then after 24 hours, I think I had some sort of brain damage, and I continued playing. And that's
a part of me was lost.
How long ago was that? How many years at this problem? Probably
2.5, I think, at this point.
That's hilarious.
Yeah.
That is hilarious. And you totally just dropped the hardcore Snowflake.
Threw it out the window.
Threw it out the window.
Quit the series. Yeah.
That's hilarious. What was the Snowflake? What was the restrictions there?
Oh God, it was an achievement diary locked hardcore.
Oh no, not the diary only account. That's a deep. If you've been around TNO for a while, the diary cape, by the way, that's a deep cut for all you.
Yeah. No, the idea.
Is it like a 100 combat account?
No, the idea was basically you take all the achievement diaries, like the normal ones, not the combat ones, and you roll a random easy one. Let's say you land on the plant youth seeds at Sears, right? Then you can only do that until it's done. So only raking patches, only doing farming until that task is done. Then you roll the next
task
one.
locked.
Yeah.
But
for
I
diaries.
I like that though. That sounds like fun though.
You have to do the one you rolled, and then that also includes wildy ones on a hardcore.
Oh.
So you cannot do things that would unlock an achievement diary that you haven't rolled. So much things were like locked behind like stupid shit. Like you can't do like certain rooftops, you can't do mini games, you can't do. And it was really fun. I got halfway through the medium diaries before I stopped. And then I might revisit that concept in the future, unless someone steals it.
It sounds like a fun way to do it. I love doing achievement diaries.
Yep.
It's been like one of the most motivating parts of my sorry GIM. And it's when I do get on the GIM, between the Questcape and the diaries have been my like, oh yeah, this is the content I was made for. I love it.
I can relate, Potato, because I also maxed my main and then got bored, and then now I'm full-time GIM, the same team that Oxie's talking about too. So
much to his chagrin, yeah.
Yeah, it's been a good like change of pace, because I've done it I think now for like the last year and a half. I really went hard like March of 2023, and then we made our group Ironmans the day GIM launched, and then I just didn't play it for probably like a year, I think, and then I maxed, and then I got bored.
Yeah, I remember
numbers don't go up anymore.
Yeah, after I maxed, I just kind of like, the last few skills are always like super, super slow, right? So you've been just kind of at it for a few months, just doing the same shit, logging in, doing rune crafting or mining or agility or whatever. And then one day it's over and I just logged in and stood in my POH like, now what? What the fuck do I do now?
It's like you have everything.
I have everything. Yeah, like, what do I do?
I'm very interested to see if Oxie's going to get to that point. I don't think he will, because he's very headstrong and stubborn, and I think he's gonna play the main for a while. But like, I don't know. Everybody breaks at some point.
Here's the deal. I like making progress on the Ironman. Progress. I've said it a million times. Ironman progress feels good. Every upgrade feels meaningful. Every grind pays off in a way that it's just different on a main account. And like that piece has always been fun for me in every game. I think if it weren't for the supply upkeep on an Ironman, I would play it no problem, because I don't care about farming. I don't care about dailyscape. I never have.
He doesn't care about farming.
Because
what the fuck?
My dumb ass will forget. Like, if I need a bunch of prayer potions, is it easier for me to set a reminder every 50 minutes? Because I'm just going to snooze the reminder and be like, oh yeah, I'll do it later. And then 4 days have passed and I still don't have any Raynars. And like, how do I get seeds? I don't know. I buy them. I can't buy them. It's the supply upkeep on an Ironman for me is really what turns me off to doing it. But
I have a solution for you. All right, I have a solution. It's very simple, okay?
If the next words out of your mouth are play a UIM.
No. Listen. You just take 2 weeks off life. You pickpocket master farmers and you farm runs for 2 weeks, and then you have pots for like a year.
Okay, good to know. Michael, write that down.
Actually, I was literally going to tell you, it's called group storage. That's how you get supplies.
That's why I like
group
GIM,
storage.
is because I have a couple group mates who like farming and are way further along than I am. But no, on my main, like, I have a lot of shit that I want to do. Like, I, for a while, felt pretty good about where my main account was at, like combat prowess wise. Like, I had the Jad helm, I had the Inferno cape, and I was like, yeah, this feels really good. And then I did nothing for like a year and a half. So it's time that I get my Fang kit. It's time that I get my Verzik helm. It's time that I get Blorva. It's time that I start working on some GM tasks. I gotta complete hard mode. I want to get metamorphic dust. I want to complete my twisted ancestral. I gotta get a mutagen. I got a lot of shit that I want to do, combat related. And then I thought about it in the shower this morning. You know what might be fun post max? Because I'm pretty sure I'm gonna get 99 rune crafting before the Guardians of the Rift update comes out. Because as the XP wasters know, Oxie gets a 99 followed by a massive QOL update for that skill. I got 99 mining, they buffed Motherlode Mine, and they buffed all this other shit and made it fun. I got 99 agility, they made every single agility course better XP and Hollowed Sepulchre better, so that was super cool. And they've been talking about these Guardians of the Rift changes. I'm not sure they're going to come out in the next 18 days. So I just got to get it, and then I'll go back post 99 and green log the boss. And then I thought, what if I get base 100s? That could be fun, you know? Like as something to do, because I miss my favorite skilling method in the game because I already have the pet with redwood logs. So like, why not go back and get 100 wood cutting?
You do have to do forestry for all the recolors.
I do have to green log forestry, don't I? Damn.
There's a lot of wood cutting XP to be had.
That's a pipeline to 200 million.
Listen, I don't.
Because the number just keeps going up. Look, what a 101. What is 101 all?
Base
102s.
115s, right? You know, base 115s. Well, who cares? I don't foresee myself going for 200 mil all.
No one does, I think, until they're there.
You've fallen so deep down the hole, but I don't know. I like my GIM. I'm never gonna abandon the GIM. I'm also probably not gonna abandon the main post max.
Well, I will preface what I was saying by saying, well, post phase, I guess. I didn't mean like you go hard on the GIM. I just mean you abandon the main for something, whether that's starting a new hardcore Iron Man, starting a regular Iron Man, starting a UIM, starting another account. It doesn't even have to be an Iron Man. You could just make an alt that you play on full time for a while. But I don't know if your main will be the one that you play on full time for a while. Because like, imagine it's a random Tuesday and your only thing that you want to do is like hard mode top, but nobody's online. But you really want to play. But you have nothing else to do but hard mode top. What do? You play on another account, probably. Or you play another video game. I can see you doing that too.
I was gonna say Stardew Valley, Halo Infinite, literally anything else. I don't know. I'm looking forward to it.
The thing is, as well, I think genuinely, if you put like 100,000 people into like a room, right, and force them to be there
room.
And play an Ultimate Iron Man for at least X amount of hours before they could leave, I do genuinely think a lot of people would continue to play. So we just need to do that. It's very simple.
All right, you guys heard it here first. At RuneFest, Potato's gonna lock me in a room for 24 hours. I can't go to the event.
No, go in.
She's just gonna be there. You know, they don't have guns over there. She's gonna hold a stick to my head and be like, "Play UIM." And I'll be like, "Okay."
Yep.
Well,
correct.
What do you think
I'll
about?
Come back a different man.
I have a controversial topic I want to talk about right off the bat. What do you think about all of the different ways that UIM has become just banking in different loopholes?
I feel I have a controversial opinion of this because, okay, I'm going to start with saying I feel like every UIM has a different take on this. Like, some people are like deep in the shit. They don't even use looting bags. They don't even death pile. Like, some people are like super restricted and very like conservative.
Purists.
Yeah, very purist about it. And then there's other people who like just don't give a shit. I am of the belief that UIM is no bank, right? No bank. And the other restriction, like there's no seed vault, there's no miscellanea, things like that. Sure, that's what Jagex has decided or was polled at one point and people have decided, right? I am of the belief that if something comes into the game that a main account can use, and by some crazy coincidence, a UIM can use this to get a little benefit, it's fair game. I don't like them adding shit for UIMs. But if they make a new minigame and something happened to, oh, we can use this in a weird UIM way, sure, send it. It's fair game.
Nice.
That's my belief of that.
I said something pretty controversial with Jeopardy, and he didn't really care. But I don't think that UIMs should have like workaround loopholes, because then it's just like Iron Man with extra steps. Because the idea is like
but
no
like,
bank.
what do you consider a loophole? Like stash units?
I think death piling. I think looting bag. I think like anything that gives you more than 28 inventory slots.
Okay.
Feels
you are a
like
purist. Holy shit.
I think if I played a UIM, I would play it as a purist type.
Oh, you
Maybe
would
death
hate
piling.
yourself.
I know. Maybe death piling isn't all that bad, but I think like having death storage feels like anti-UIM.
Yeah, but okay. So thinking from like a dev perspective, right? How would death mechanics then work for a UIM? If a UIM dies somewhere, like how would they get there? Do they delete the shit? Because a death bank is literally just what it is for a main account. If you die at Hespori, your stuff goes into the interface, right? If I die, it does the same. I'm just kind of using that. Like how would you like remove that, right?
We throw it way back. You die in an instance, your shit is
It's gone forever.
Well, like
That's how we do it.
I don't want people who play like UIM to not have fun. So obviously,
That's what it sounds
They're
like.
already
That's what
not
it
having
fucking
fun.
no, I'm
Like,
joking.
well, like if you told somebody if you die in an instance, everything you've worked for is gone. I don't think many people would play that type of game because there's so many different instances now in the game because instances are very popular. Whereas I think when those mechanics were in the game, I feel like Jagex like avoided instances at all costs because it's like it's very inconvenient for people to go into an instance and have that chance of like stuff's just going to get deleted because we have no way of coding where your stuff goes. So there's a lot of different instances, and it's not an issue because it's easy to get around that. But if you could have it to where like if a UIM dies at Hespori, instead of it going into a deposit box, which is a bank, it could just go into like a death pile that lasts for an hour. All the items on the ground for an hour outside of the instance. I think that would be, in my opinion, as somebody who doesn't play a UIM, who has never played a UIM, who is not in the UIM community, just an outsider's perspective, I think that would probably be closer to what I feel like is the idea behind a UIM.
Fair. So I see it as a risk versus reward kind of thing. Because, like, the only time you would ever... Also, like, let me rephrase. If you're not an idiot, the only time you would use a death bank is if you're doing something non-risky, right? Because if you die again, it all gets wiped. So the only time I ever use death banks is probably when I'm skilling or herblore, right?
Yeah.
So, like, how big difference does that make? It's like,
I don't know, like slightly less convenient, I guess,
like,
to like chop
but
and drop.
It's just like such a weird, it's just a small thing in my opinion compared to, because if you do a death bank and then go bossing, holy fuck, you're an idiot. Like, because one DC, it's all gone. Right?
Yeah, that's the
have
other
you ever
thing.
wiped on your account or no?
I played very safe. I have like timers on my phone when I'm death piling. I'm like back there 10 minutes before it's gone. It's
very prepared at this point.
It would
I've
stress
never
me
How does it
out.
work? Do you death bank for like chambers and Inferno or?
I did that for Inferno and Chambers, yes. So that's like safe deaths. But I wouldn't mind them if they changed those to not safe for UIMs. Because that would make it more of a challenge. But then
Like
they
if
would
you
have to do
die
that
in
for
chambers?
hardcores too.
Okay, so like if you
Well,
died
how
in
does-
chambers in the actual raid, if you died in the raid, you would just lose everything in your death bank, or
Yeah,
like
'cause then
because they don't
then
have
you
a
would
wipe
have to-
mechanic like they do in Tob.
No. In Tob you lose everything if you die and you're death bank. But in Chambers you don't, because it's safe. It's a safe death.
Because you can respawn.
Yeah,
like,
safe
like,
for
to me, that makes sense in my head. I'm trying to think of like what would
Yeah.
chambers be like if you could not respawn.
Yeah, but because then
would
hardcores would
be-
also have to lose their status if they die there, and they don't right now. So
The GIMs do.
yeah, the
GIMs
GIMs do. The GIM hardcores do, but not regular hardcores.
That was so shitty, by the way. Like, as a tangent,
I thought it was kind of funny.
it's like hardcore is an
little funny.
established game mode that we've had for many years where these are safe deaths for every hardcore Ironman. But group hardcores, no,
not when you
guys
work
are
together.
screwed.
My God, taking each other's like lives off of the GIM because you're keg
rude.
stalling at the portals in Ulm, running 17 tiles away from your groupie.
Oh, like do it on purpose. Oh man, that'd be crazy. No, I just think that's it.
I know you've
It's pretty
recently
shitty.
been getting into quite a bit of chambers, or maybe not getting into, but I've seen, I feel like, a lot of chambers from the UIM when I do pop in on streams. Or again, to preface from me, I don't watch a whole lot of streams anymore, like, to begin with. I will occasionally lurk in like G's stream.
Yeah.
And pop in, send one message of like, hope whatever you're doing is fun. I have to edit or something. I'm just going to be
Excellent.
lurking the whole time. And then I'll click back in 2 hours later. And then, I'll be in Potato stream. Okay, cool. I guess I'll just sit here because when there's like 100+ people, I get nervous and don't want to talk. So I'm just going to watch. That's fine. I've been seeing a lot of like learner chambers and like, I was following the Inferno arc a little bit. That was fun.
That was very fun.
That was fun. But have you? What's the current grind on the UIM?
Oh dear God, I've always called myself the luckiest ultimate Ironman to exist. Because I'm incredibly spooned from the day I created my UIM. Every grind I've done has been like one and done. And now Jagex has realized, and they are cursing me. They have put a curse upon me, and I'm stuck at Bandos.
And you're too far deep now. That's how you. That's why after 24 hours, you're like, I could do this. I could do this
Yeah.
because your RNG was like buffed, and
It
now
was really buffed for like 2 years, and now I'm
and
in
now
my
you're
dry arc.
hooked. Yep, and they nerfed you.
Yeah, so I have this little like side mission on the UIM, and it's to fill every stash unit.
Oh, neat.
gonna say if
I played
a UIM, I'd want to do that
Yes.
shit too because it seems
So
like it'd be fun.
I only have 6 master stashes left. And one of them is the Bandos Godsword stash, which also has the Bandos cloak from Medium Clues
Oh,
and the Bandos plate body from Hard Clues.
from hards, yeah.
So I have the cloak, I have the plate body, I do not have the Bandos hilt. And it's a 1 in 508, and I've killed Bandos. I think we're up to 1,100 and something now. We're over double drop rate.
Oh,
But surely soon, right? we have
Surely.
everything else except pet
Surely.
and hilt right now. I've been at it for a month, so let's see.
one of our buddies, he's in a different GIM group than us. He went like 1,600 Bandos dry for the first hilt for his group. 1,600 kills, finally got it. Holy shit, super exciting. He got a Bandos task not long ago and then got 2 more hilts in 4KC. So
That's crazy.
the odds, the RNG just evens out. So
Yep.
you'll have a BGS for the stash unit and a BGS for yourself in time, sure.
Yeah, and I don't even know. I've been there for so long. I started drinking yesterday, so we'll see. We'll see how it ends. No, we did a drinking solo Bandos stream. It was pretty fun. But there's been a lot of people who's come by the stream who's been like, "Oh yeah, I'm also dry as f***," and they have done like 2,000 kills without it, and I'm like, okay, I can't complain. You're drier than me. So we'll see how long it takes.
You know, I always tell people just because someone has it worse doesn't mean you don't get to complain about what's happening to you. I
That's
feel
true.
like Bandos just hates players because the only time I've ever gone dry at Bandos, quote unquote, is during leagues where like it takes me 400 kills to get a BGS when the drop rate should be like 1 in 100. And you're like, oh, this feels really, really bad. I can't imagine doing this in the main game constantly. I also don't know how to solo GWD other than I don't know how to solo Bandos or Krill.
I do the door altar method that utilizes red Xing. So
Yeah.
if I do a good trip, I can get like 10 to 15 kills with my limited inventory. So that's
Holy cow.
pretty solid.
As a built different right there. Holy shit.
It took a while to learn. There was a lot of dying while learning that method. A lot of getting punched in the face at 58 or something. But I kind of enjoy killing Bandos, but it's about time I get the drop. But I'm pretty sure I have some viewers who is like, ah yes, finally she's going to ride the fucking bitch, fucking spoon asshole. Like, I'm pretty sure there's someone sitting there just rubbing their hands, having so much fun that I'm not getting something.
Hate watching, enjoying your like dry streak. They're like, I hope she goes 3,000.
Yeah,
for
they
the
wake up in the morning and check my VODs and be like, excellent. She's
It's part of my morning routine. Wake up, take a shower, drink coffee, and then watch that UIM bitch still not get the hill.
Oh god. A viewer is a viewer.
Do you have anything else you're missing from Bandos? Like, do you have the pet or
I don't have
do you have
pet,
everything?
But
Okay.
I have, oh god. How much do I have now? 4 BCPs, 2 tassets, and 7 boots.
Damn.
What do you do with all these dupes?
Yeah, I was gonna
Is it
ask.
all just coffer?
Literally.
Or...
The boots I alch, because they alch for like 150k or something, so it's pretty good. But the BCP and the tassets I just dropped to my main account because they're like, what, 30 mil on the Grand Exchange? So why would I alch that for like 100k? That makes no sense.
That is
you
one
don't
thing.
Just like chuck them in the coffer. Because I imagine like
Oh, UIMs don't
with
have coffer.
death, you probably have to.
UIMs do not have death coffer.
Oh, of course not. Why would they?
You don't have to pay for deaths?
Only from death banks. Because we don't get a gravestone, because everything just plonks on the floor for an hour.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
But we do
Such
have to pay the
interesting niche mechanics.
except for Sora for some reason. Sora is free for UIMs, but Sora death interface is a little weird. So, you know when you die to like TOB or Hespori, you get the box, or a Warcat for that matter, you can pick out whatever you want. Sora doesn't do that. It plunks everything into your inventory again, and they do it in a very annoying way. Because as a UIM, you would want the things in your looting bag first, so you can put it into the bag. But Sora works the way that it gives you the items that you had in your inventory first. So now you're stuck with everything that's in your inventory, and then you have to get everything that goes in your bag, and it's just like multiple trips back and forth, and it's like the most annoying thing ever.
Zora was the OG like death storage. So
was.
it makes sense that the mechanics are weird because they just don't want to change it.
Yeah. I don't go there for death storage because it's super annoying.
I wonder how many UIMs still do because they're like, I'm a purist. Like, I can't do Warcath death storage. It don't make sense to me. I don't know.
Oh no, I have to choose what I want to put in my bag first. No, just
I
dump
sure would
everything.
hate if my life as a UIM was a little bit easier, honestly.
Yeah.
There's a bit of like masochist viewpoints that you have to like consider when you play UIMs. You're like, I can't make this easier. I really can't. Like I'll enjoy it too much.
We really would hate to see that happen. We would hate for UIMs to have fun. But clearly you do enjoy it
I
quite
do.
a bit. You've not gone back, and I imagine you don't really have any inkling to go back to your main account. Like,
No, I think
Ever?
that if I somehow got bored of UIM, I would probably revisit the hardcore snowflake concept. Most likely.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because I just need to remember not to death bank on that one, you know.
Oh gosh.
That would really
Oh
suck.
gosh.
so used to not having a bank, you go to pop it, like you just don't even think about it. Like, oh yeah, I'll death pile, lose the hardcore status immediately. Like, oh shit, series ruined.
Yeah.
That's hilarious. You're like, yeah, just hop over to Hespori real quick, die, and no. That's actually something to consider. Is like how many people do play both, and what is the mental fortitude that you have to like, this is the account that can't die. This is the account where I have to die. Oh, that's just a lot to think about. So much to think about.
The thing is,
I don't mean to be that guy. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying that, like, the mindset is really weird, because I just play one account at a time, right? And when I started the UIM, the first thing I did was walk to Drainer and click a bank. Because the brain was still bank pilled, I guess, right? But
Bank
bank
build, holy shit! You're in so deep with this UIM shit.
But like when I played leagues or Deadman mode or whatever, I forgot to use the bank on certain occasions because I was so in the mindset of, oh, I don't have access to that. So yeah, I would assume that it would be kind of difficult to hop between for some people.
It'd probably make the game mode less fun, I think, because then you would just like have these constant frustrations that you get numb to, I think. What makes the game mode fun is like you've grown accustomed to these restrictions and these mechanics, but if you're constantly back and forth, your brain, like that switch for me would be frustrating. Like this account I can't bank, this account I can, and I have to mentally think about which account I'm on. I think that would be too frustrating.
I'm gonna keep it a buck with you guys. If you're actively playing a UIM and a hardcore at the same time, I'll give you a couple sessions for free because you need some help. Like that shit, you need some help. That's a level of both determination and what I can only imagine to be such deep and malignant self-hatred that like we need to work those two things out. I'll give you the first couple for free. And then you'll get my hourly rate after that. Because holy shit.
Wait, didn't Verf make a hardcore UIM or something at one point? Or am I thinking of the wrong person? I'm pretty sure someone did a hardcore UIM.
That's insane. But that sounds like a fun challenge, I guess, because then you really are a UIM purist at that point.
Yeah, like when I started my UIM, like actually like seriously, now I'm gonna play this thing. At first, I was like, oh, I don't really want to use a looting bag. But it came to a point where getting a looting bag was less annoying than not having one, right? Because in the start, it doesn't really matter because it's you're low level, you only have like garbage shit in your inventory anyway. You can literally drop everything and it's fine. But then you come to a point where, oh shit, now I actually have things I want to keep. And that's when, okay, fuck it, I'll get a looting bag.
What is your like optimal number of open spots that you comfortably keep at a given time in your inventory?
It depends on what I'm doing. If I'm bossing, like right now at Bandos, I have space for, let me think, I have space for like 4 prayer pots, a stem, a range pot, and like 6 to 8 food. That's usually what I bring for my trips.
So like half your inventory, basically?
Yeah, basically half for bossing.
But then I guess like if you're skilling, everything's in storage. So you have your essentials, like...
Yeah, then maybe, I'm basically a main account at that point.
Huh. I'm trying to think of him as a main. I take, like, if I'm going to Slayer, I have all my potions. I have my rune pouch. I have my gem bag, my herb sack, and, like, natures. And that's my standard inventory. So that leaves, like, maybe 20. So you're a little bit less than that on a given day.
Is a little different because Slayer is like, you get a task and then you get a different task and then maybe one task you want to do with melee, one you want to do with range. So for like Slayer, it's a little bit different because I usually have like my potions and I have like maybe some gear switches, or maybe usually like a weapon and maybe body and legs as a switch, right?
Oh yeah, because you keep noted potions.
And then I keep like my mage stuff in my house.
You keep your noted potions.
It's like a whole thing. So when I do Slayer, my inventory is very cluttered. I usually maybe have 4 spots open if I'm doing Slayer. So it's a little different. But every UIM does this differently, which makes it very fun to watch other UIMs. Because you will look in their bag and you think like, what the fuck? Like, why are you keeping this junk? Like, what are you doing? So it's like, it creates this like UIM elitism, like, okay, my bag is way better than this. Like, what are you doing?
Oh my gosh. Have you seen my bag?
Show off a bag. Oh my god.
Is that what you do at UIM meetups, is you show off your bag?
Oh, you think UIMs meet up? No. You know.
Okay.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I feel like it's a bit of a bold statement to assume that main UIMs leave the house or...
You guys don't have like a Discord or anything? A clan that you were in?
Socialize.
Well, I do have my clan that is, for my community, and there's a lot of UIMs in the clan, so we do that.
Gotta pick them all up.
Oh, you have no idea how many people who has actually watched my stream and then started a UIM because they watched me play. So I've like, it's like a cult. I've converted these people to my cult, and now they're stuck without a bank.
You're convincing. I don't know what to tell you. You're like, I don't know, man. It's fun. It's rewarding. You get to fill stash units.
It's so
you get
easy.
to do a bunch of cool stuff. It's so easy. Think about
Die
it.
as much as you want. It's not even a challenge.
Trust me, it's not a challenge for me to die on my main account either. I've spent many hours in the cage in my time as a no helm player.
Dude, I've heard if you max a UIM, you get bitches. Like
Oxie.
If that's what it takes to get bitches, I will die alone.
Oh no!
With you. If that is what it takes to get bitches, me and my cats will live happily with no ultimate Ironman. We will utilize our bank and we won't share it with another person.
Oh man!
If that's truly what it takes in this life, I think I'm okay.
Oh man!
You know?
You should add.
I think I'm okay.
You should add a screenshot of you with a max Infernal cape to your dating profiles just to see what happens. Once that happens.
First of all, if anyone was like, holy shit, is that an Infernal max cape? GZ, dude. Marriage material right there.
Exactly.
Matter, right? Marriage material. However, getting back on dating apps sounds almost as difficult as mating a UIM. But B, I don't know about that one, dog. I don't know. I have heard, I know a couple of people from TNL, they've gone out together and like as wingmen to each other, I've been like, hey, you see my buddy over there? He's got an Infernal cape in this game called RuneScape.
Oh my God.
You should go ask him about it.
That's funny.
I could 100% see myself doing. Specifically at RuneFest.
Oh, that's the place.
Well, at RuneFest, everybody knows.
But you know what? That's not as fun, right? Like telling a RuneScape player, "Hey, I have an Infernal cape." Most of the time, they're gonna go, "Okay, cool." I don't know, right? But like, you tell someone else who's not a RuneScape player, and they're like, "Wow, how long did that take you? That's so impressive. You're so hot. Oh my god, it only took you 112 attempts. You're so brave. That's crazy. Oh my god."
Is this words you've heard yourself, or is this just? Is this?
I want you to look at me and what I do and ask that question again. Have you heard the words, "Wow, the Inferno was so hard. You're so brave. Can I have your?"
I hear that regularly. What do you mean?
You maybe. I don't know. That's why I need to go over to
I'm
Norway
joking.
and start flirting with whoever you're flirting with. I'm gonna take it from you. Like, you think she's impressive.
Let's not go into my harem of like 50 wives on Twitch. Let's not go into that topic.
I'm not trying to take the whole harem. Just one.
just one.
She's
Please,
impressive.
please, just one.
I got 980 slots. She's only got like 56. You know, just saying. Think about it.
And I could buy more.
I can buy more.
Yeah, assuming I ever make any money on this fucking account, people are like, "Oh, you don't have fortified Missouri? Like, why don't you have this? Why don't you have that?" I'm like, "Dog, I have made 6 mil from August 1st until today. Like, I don't make money anymore on the max and grind."
I've made more than you.
People ask that from me too. Like, I'll be streaming Bandos and people will come in and be like, "Why don't you have a shadow?" And I'm like, I haven't gotten one. Like, what would you want from me?
This motherfucker don't know how Iron Man works.
Why don't you have a shadow? I don't know. Is the shadow in the room with us right now? I don't know.
Just like point to the
T-Bo's
twisted
in-
mobile.
T-Bo's
T-Bo's
in the room with you,
us
but
right
not.
Oh God.
So is half of the Eiffel Tower.
Yeah,
But,
I'm almost done with that soon. It's like a 40-hour grind more to build that. So
I did not realize how big it was. I think until I watched Instagram reels of Sammy Sullivan, a rugby player from the U.S., build the Eiffel Tower, and I did not realize that it was like person size.
this is the rest of
That
it.
shit's insane.
So I need to finish that at one point.
How much money was that?
So, funny story. I've always been into Lego. I think it's really fun. But it's expensive, right? Everyone knows it's expensive.
Hence why I asked how much money it was.
Yeah. Listen. So, I hadn't built Lego for like years. So I decided for fun to put it on my throne wish list. Because I thought, no one is stupid enough to buy this for me. Well, someone was. Someone bought this tower for me. And I think it's fun. Like... Is it 700? Wait, let me check. How much is it?
Yeah, what's the USD conversion?
A lot. Assuming it's euros to USD, a lot.
Eiffel Tower. In Norwegian kroners, it's 7,700, but that's... Okay, let's convert that to US dollars. That was close. 720 American dollar, it says.
Wow. For Lego.
For Lego.
But it's impressive. So, the size,
it's
the
almost
scale.
As tall as me when I'm done.
I think that's worth it. Because you get like these little ships or like these little scenes that are like 50 or 60 bucks. You're like,
yeah,
so much money.
Exactly. So it's good for its price. It's like 10,000 pieces, 10,001 or something.
Wow.
But yeah, thanks to whoever gifted that to me. They're crazy. I do have some...
Wait, do you not know who gifted it to you?
I kind of know, but I'm not sure because they wrote a different name on the receipt and then they were like, oh, say this one person gifted to you. And I'm like, but it's not that person. So I think I know who it is, but I kind of don't.
Wow, that's wild.
I also have some old school RuneScape Lego stuff.
Oh, from the what's the name of the website? The brick website?
Yeah, Osrs bricks.
Oh, hell yeah.
Oh, my God,
it's a
yeah.
life size.
Some of that stuff is so cool.
Are you sponsored by them?
I am. So they're going to be very happy with me showing this off.
We'll talk about it. You can talk about it. We don't care.
Ooh, and then
it's time for your sponsored ad segment, guys.
I also have Jad, but he's about to fall apart because I accidentally punched him on stream, so he's a little wonky. I need to rebuild him.
How could you?
Yeah, sorry, it's just kind of happened. He's a little wonky, but he's pretty cool. So I saw
him flinch when you went to go pick him up.
So I do really like this one though, that I can hold it.
I'm looking at the Millennium Falcon, and this is...
Oh yeah, that's cool.
$835 USD.
Well, okay, when you're talking the Star Wars, like, what's it called? Like the UCS or something? Like the Ultimate Collector series?
Yeah.
The Star Wars branded ones are ridiculous.
How many pieces
the Falcon,
is this?
The Venator, the Death Star, the AT-AT, like they're all so damn expensive. But they're massive, like they're big.
Yeah.
The Venator class ship for Lego is sick as
I just want to know how many pieces.
I like Lego and have enough focus to do that for that long, but like, damn, that's so cool when I see it.
7,500 pieces. So, wow, 10,000.
Yeah.
Damn.
The only thing that sucks with building this one is that now that the base is done, it's all gray pieces. Everything's gray. So I'm just sitting there like, oh God.
You like gray, don't you? Gray helm?
But it's a fun build, and when it's done, I'm gonna buy like a light kit on it, so it like lights up. So that's gonna be really cool.
It's cool to think that like that is going to be that's like a decoration for your like living room at that point.
I'm probably gonna keep it here. What's really funny actually is that the table here is my living room table. So I started building it on stream because we've streamed this because it's really fun. And I was like, oh, like I made one of the base. I'm like, wait, where do we put it? In like how? Like I started on the floor at first. But then I was like, okay, I need to put it on something. I can't just sit on the floor and do this. So I just went and grabbed the living room table and just plunked it there. And then my partner, my man, he was like, where the is the living room table? And I'm like, I need it for my tower. So he went and bought a new table. Because he's like, okay, I'm never getting this back. So he just bought a new one. So this is permanently here now.
It's become part of your stream setup.
Perfect. And that's a commitment to the bit. Yes. It's like, you know what? The Eiffel Tower is so important that like we can buy a new table. We cannot buy a new Eiffel Tower.
That is true.
So it is here now forever.
That is correct.
So talking about RuneScape again, not that I don't care about Lego, I do. Because I've wanted to buy.
This man cannot get off topic.
I want to buy.
Talk about let's transition to RuneScape Legos.
Let me talk, dude. I want to get the Slayer helm from Osrs bricks. I think that would be kind of fun to have in the background because I have a bunch of knickknacks in the background on my camera setup. So I think the Slayer helm would go hard. But I wanted to ask you, because we ask everybody at some point when we have them on the show, did you play RuneScape as a kid, or were you introduced to this game as an adult?
I played as a kid.
There's two different camps of people.
Yes. I played as a kid, but at that point, oh god, which year was this? Probably like 2008 to 2010 somewhere. That's when I started. But at this point, as a Norwegian kid, my English was dog shit. I knew words, but I didn't know anything else. I also only played free to play. Because my parents was like, nope, no membership for you. That's video games is a no money for that. So I was purely free to play, and I mostly just did woodcutting for the most part, as people did, like woodcutting and staring longingly through the Taverley gates, hoping that one day they will magically open on their own. But I did actually steal my mom's phone at one point and paid for membership through text message for 1 month. And what happened was that, well, my mom didn't figure out until like a few months later. She was fucking furious. But I had membership for 1 month, and I went through the Taverley gates. And at this point, in the Taverley, there's the summoning, like, master at that time. Mm-hmm. So I woke up and I'm like, holy shit, this is so cool. And I tried to talk to the summoning master. I don't understand shit what the fuck summoning's about. I didn't understand anything about it. I woke up on the Whitefold Mountain, die, and then I go back to woodcutting. So that was my membership experience as a kid.
Got a whole month and used like 2 hours of it.
I did explore a little bit more, like walked places, but I was just very confused as a child, not understanding all the English words and like, what do I do here?
Oh.
Yeah, it was like a language barrier thing.
That makes sense.
Damn. I think it was Verve who was telling us that like RuneScape helped a pretty significant amount with English. Just like random words and shit that you don't think would ever appear in a textbook, like tinderbox. Yes. When is that ever going to come up?
I actually used RuneScape for my English homework because when you're a kid, you just learn like words and like how to write them usually, and then a little bit of sentence structure. So my teacher used to have like 10 words a week you would have to learn, and then you would have to like write them in Norwegian and in English, right? So if I didn't know a word, like cheer. How do I spell cheer? I would log into RuneScape and right-click a cheer, and it would say how to spell it. So I would just write that down.
That's awesome, actually.
So I was just like cheating. I was like, oh, yes, table, yes, excellent.
That's so cool. And you had to trust that it was right, too, because it could have been like
it could have been
crude
like,
chair, and you wrote crude.
And the teacher's like, what the fuck? So that's a very nice way of doing it, but I actually rage quit RuneScape as a kid.
Oh, yeah?
So
did you get scammed?
Kinda, but kinda not. I had been woodcutting for ages, U-logs, and been selling them to the Grand Exchange. And all I wanted was the Ceradomin trimmed rune armor set. Oh. And I finally got it. I was the coolest fucking kid in class, rocking that, because everyone played RuneScape back then. Everyone in class played RuneScape. And then it was like a few weeks later, I logged into RuneScape, but I somehow, I don't know how I did it, but I logged into a PvP world without knowing. And I remember this vividly, walking from the Grand Exchange through Barbarian Village, and then someone attacks me, and I'm just like freaking out because I don't understand what's going on. I didn't know I was on a PvP world. I try run back, and I die on the bridge.
No.
At Barbarian Village, and I lose my trimmed armor. I cried. I logged out. I had a rage fit. My dad thought I was insane. He was like, "What is going on?" I was like punching. I was like full Kyle punching walls, and I never logged in again until 2018 as an adult.
Oh my goodness.
When mobile came out?
Huh?
Were you with the release of mobile too?
I don't remember much about that. I remember how I got back into RuneScape. It was actually an ad. An ad popped up for one of my classmates in high school that old school RuneScape is back or some shit. And I went to IT school because I went trade school. And everyone in that class were fucking nerds. So everyone was like, RuneScape is back! RuneScape is back! Holy shit. And everyone made an account that day. And we sat whole day playing old school in class.
Oh God, that's gotta be so nostalgic.
It was so fun. And I remember our teacher, we had like this subject called like project, which you literally just spent an entire day on a project that you had to do. And our teacher for that was like this 35-year-old dude. And he was like a gamer. And he came in and he just saw everyone playing RuneScape. And he's like, okay, f*** it. Like, I CBA. Like, you knock yourself out. And we just played RuneScape the entire day in class.
That's amazing.
Oh my God, that's so cool.
It was really fun. And yeah, I'm probably one of the few that still plays from that class, I'm assuming. I think most people quit after a year or something.
I would love to see their reactions now, like 6 years later. Like, holy shit, you do this like for real now. Like, that's got to be fun.
Yep.
I think when I also came back in 2018, but I came back with the release of mobile because I know I've told the story on the show before, but like my buddy texted me and was like, "Hey, you should pre-install this RuneScape game, like the one we used to play as kids." And I was like, yeah, I'm going to download some like fake private server. I don't think so, because I had tried RuneScape 3 in college around like 2016-ish. And wow, that was a very different experience than what I was used to. The music was different. The areas were different. The combat didn't make any sense. Tutorial Island was different. I'm like, this is weird. So I didn't really play RuneScape 3. I played maybe like free to play for like 3 days, and I was like, yeah, this ain't it. But just for laughs, I went on the App Store and I looked it up, like my buddy said, and the developer was Jagex, and I had I remember that company. That was the company that used to run RuneScape back in the day. Is this real? So I pre-installed it and woke up like November, October, whenever it was. And it was on my phone, and it had the login screen was the same and the music was the same. I'm like, what the fuck is this? This is insane. And then I logged in via Game Center for a while. Like that's how my the account I'm playing on right now originated as like a Game Center account. And I needed to look up how to transfer because eventually I wanted to play it on my computer. And then I started playing it on my computer and on mobile, and then I started streaming it, and then here we are. So
2 short years after
loved it.
we met, and the rest was history.
It's been 6 years playing old school, which is insane.
You know what's funny, Oxie? I got my Bloodhound pet in 2018, and I feel like you've done so much, and I was doing master clues before you even started. I've just thought about that, how you've progressed in the last 6 years, and I've just kind of not.
Perks of being so for a while, right? Let's break it down. I was post graduation when OSRS came out. I was during my gap year. I was casually streaming it during my gap year. Went to grad school. Had way more time than I thought I was going to in grad school. So I still played, still streamed quite a bit. And then COVID hit, and I got fired from my cafeteria job because the cafeteria on campus closed. So I spent my days unemployed, streaming, dating another streamer. So it was never oh, I have to go do my weird internet thing. It was like, all right, guys, I'm tired, but the GF is awake, so we're gonna go raid the GF, and then I'm gonna take a shower, and then I'm gonna go to bed. Like it was stuff like that. So when I wasn't hanging out with her in person, I was hanging out with her online. So there was a lot of time where like I was just on the computer. And as we know, RuneScape is a very second monitor-esque game sometimes. So I would play that a lot, and then grad school just never really got difficult. Like
You built different.
it didn't. No, I think my program is just not as hard as like when you hear graduate school, you think, oh God, they're going for like a super hard major. No, mine just wasn't. So I would do my internship, and then I would fence on occasion, but then I would still just like make the podcast and play RuneScape, and it was just like what I enjoy doing. And then only now in my like probably like since 2024, it's been like, all right, you have a like a real career that takes up a lot more time, and like your after work hours are not as free as they used to be because A, you have other obligations, and B, like I just want to do more stuff that isn't sit and play RuneScape. You know, I'm here forever, right? I'm not just gonna like hard commit away from RuneScape at any point. But there's more that I want to do than play it these days. So I don't know. For me, it's only now it's like progress is gonna start to slow down. Once we hit this maxing grind, you're just not gonna fucking hear from my main account for like 2 months. Oh my God.
Tata, do you know how
I don't know.
Have you talked to Oxie how close he is on maxing?
No, I haven't.
2273.
Okay.
97 rune crafting, 98 herb lore, which I'm saving for something special and pretty fucking stupid, and 98 thieving, which is going to be my last 99.
Okay.
Chaos Cleric just posted Oxie's maxing adventure. If you'd like to see a log of
God.
my entire XP gained for the year and
Holy
the amount of
shit.
XP I need per day, oh God. It was the original plan was to max at RuneFest. The original plan was to get to RuneFest, max the day before, because like we're probably gonna do some like informal meetup, like not like an official like Xpwaste whatever. Just like we're gonna be at a bar getting drinks. Come hang out because you guys are in the area, you know. And then like obviously in addition to folks who listen to the show, anyone we've like had on as guests or know like from streams or shit like that, just like show up. We're gonna be at wherever. The plan was to max there, and then like just be able to enjoy RuneFest without having to like play at the event or anything like that. When RuneFest got canceled, I got so painfully demotivated that I don't think I made progress on the account for like 3 weeks. And was like,
but you're so close.
like there's just no, like what's the point? You know, like what's the point? This is probably in like April, May-ish time. No, it would have been
July.
because
June and
agility
July
was already done. Yeah, June, July, because agility was already done. I just had rune crafting left, and I'm like, I'll do rune crafting in the summer, and then I'll just machine gun all these other fast skills, and it'll be great. Lost all motivation, and then I don't know what I was talking with Michael about, but it was like, damn, it'd be cool to max like right before bingo, then I wouldn't have to worry about it. And then that kind of became the plan of like, okay, the day before bingo, I'm gonna max. We're gonna have a big party, and this is actually the real plan now. If you guys are playing in fall bingo, the day before bingo on Friday, November 1st, we're gonna max.
Oh, shit.
We're gonna have a pregame party. We're gonna open all of our caskets, all of our crates, all of our rewards, all of our rumor sacks, because stacking is not allowed. So we're just gonna clog like fucking crazy together, and then I'm gonna pop the fireworks, and then we're gonna go about our days until bingo starts the next day. You guys are gonna get the board the next morning, and then the event is gonna start, and I will have to sort my bank with all my new max capes. So I am fighting against the clock to get 99 in every skill before November 1st, which is
2 weeks.
16 days.
Oh,
Is it 2 weeks?
2-ish
from now?
weeks, bro. Like you're not we're not that far away. You could do 2 million rune crafting in 2 weeks. We need to get the essence runners booted up. soon.
So the Essence Runners are going to be soon, right? So when this episode comes out, ideally, we're close enough to 98 where we do a little bit more Guardians of the Rift. We do a little bit more ZMI. I think I'm going to get like 800-ish K away from 99. And then I'm going to assemble the Avengers. Because it'll be about 2-ish hours of Essence running at maximum efficiency. And then we can all celebrate the 99 we got together. And we can put a nice cap on rune crafting. Because there are still some things that I need to do in-game and out of game before bingo to make it happen. I had a busy month. I was talking to Mima. He's like, are you doing all this shit like by yourself? I'm like, kind of, but I have a lot of stuff to do. I'm a very busy guy these next couple of weeks.
I can make more videos. Scape even offered to do one, so I'll just send him the script.
We've been we've been releasing a video every day for the last couple of days, detailing like the history of TNL bingos in our events chat. And now on Thursday, because episodes come out on Thursday, by the time you're hearing this episode, you should be hearing either Skill Tree Bingo or Springo 2024. So we're almost to the present day by the time this episode comes out. Assuming everything has gone to plan, as far as like nothing has jumped up and like we couldn't make a video or whatever. So hopefully you guys have solved the puzzles, because recording Oxie on Sunday has spoken with Tiki, and holy shit, the puzzles get so much worse. So hopefully you guys can solve the puzzles and you'll have all the new tiles at this point. So we're getting theatrical with it.
Just as a little...
You said you have a bingo coming up.
Ooh.
Well,
correct?
I have a Path of the Gods thing that we're gonna try out. We've done bingos before. I've hosted many bingos, and we always try to like make it a little different every time, you know, bigger board, smaller board, noob friendly.
We know all about that. Yeah.
Balancing things, but no matter what you do, people are always gonna complain, and then you gotta yell at them. But that's how.
Here, sister. Here.
So a viewer of mine called Frog Mimic, he pitched an idea to me that he wanted to run something called a Path of the Gods. So how that works is that we've made 3 different paths for different gods, and then kind of made 4 tiles that are inspired by those gods. And then at the start of the bingo, the teams has to pick a path, and then they get points for every tile on the path they complete, and a big sum if they do the whole thing. But the thing is, they can't do a new path until the first one is done. They gotta complete a path. So one is like very PVM focused, one is very like skilling focused, one is like a mix, and there's also like bonus. And then once one is unlocked, they can choose to do one of the others or go to a more different path of a god. So it's like god inspired, and then it's points. So it's a little different, but it's like it's less tiles and it's more team focused. So the whole team is focused on one tile and get it done together. So it's a little different.
Okay, so kind of like a hybrid bingo tile race kind of a deal. Yeah.
So we're gonna try that out.
We'll have to swap information, because by the time XP Wasters are listening to this episode, they don't know the gimmick for Fall Bingo. We've known the gimmick for Fall Bingo, but they don't know yet. You'll find that out upcoming this weekend when we talk about the gimmick. But we'll have to like swap information, and we could just utilize it going forward, because that sounds super fun.
When does that happen? Is that soon?
We haven't really set the dates. We were gonna do that tonight, but I'm here. I'm pretty sure we're gonna start at the start of November. We're gonna try and do it before Leagues 5 is happening.
Oh yeah.
I've heard the first week in November is a good time to put on events.
Yeah.
If I do say so myself. Specifically November 2nd to November 9th. I've heard it's a good time to put on a large event like that.
The thing is, like, I'm part of a stream team, and one of my stream team friends, Sid, he's doing a bingo as well. So I'm like trying to avoid overlapping with him and then not overlapping with Leagues at the same time.
I saw that new stream team.
Yeah.
What's it called? I already blanked on the name.
It's called Snacks.
Snacks. Yep, there it is. Because it's like you, Molly, Sid, G's, Jep. It's like that whole
and
lot of
Beggar
folks,
Official
right?
as well. Those are all members.
Beggar. Yep. Yep.
Yeah.
That's a pretty banging team. It's a pretty good lineup there of fun streamers to watch. Because like I've also occasionally watched Molly. I think I've been following Molly for a little bit now. Again, don't interact with any of these people because big chats scare the shit out of me. Which is why the only person I think I've talked to in the group has been G's. Because like 7 people, I can vibe with 7 people in a Twitch chat. That's fun. Once we get to like 30, Anxious Oxie is like, you know what? I'm gonna let other people talk. I got other stuff to do, surely, right? So yeah, I only know of people from smaller chats, I guess.
That's crazy to me because I'm someone who will just jump in any chat and just start yapping like a
Same.
crazy person.
Same.
So
see, I don't know. I feel like you don't know who I am. Like I'm not a long-term sub. I'm not a long-term follower.
who cares?
See, it's weird because as a content creator who also has a history of streaming on Twitch, I don't give a shit.
Yeah.
Right? Pop in, talk about whatever. Like I streamed for years before we started doing the podcast. And now that I do the show, I've interacted with way more people than I have from when I was doing Twitch and YouTube and all that other shit. But that's just never gone away. Of like, there are so many people. I don't think my voice is going to be heard in a way that is like
That's
important, you know? Because like I'm not gonna like I don't tell streamers how to do anything in the game. Like I don't care.
Yeah.
Play it however the hell you want to play.
There's
I
plenty
don't
of people
give a
who
shit.
do have opinions on how I play the game, so it's fine. It's fine. You don't have
Yeah, but like specifically like looking at a smaller streamer, right? Like I don't give a shit. Do whatever. Have fun. I think it's funny to watch people stumble around sometimes and go like, "Oh, what do you mean? Like I could have taken this and it wouldn't have done whatever." Sometimes that's, you know, not like, "Oh, I like watching people struggle" kind of a way, but like you're playing the game in a way that you enjoy. And I remember when I played the game in a way that I enjoy, which was like killing thugs in the wilderness in Edgeville with a Ring of Wealth eye to get easy clues because I loved doing easy clues and I also hated thieving and was poor and couldn't afford gourmet implings. So at a 1 in 64 drop rate, that was the best way for me to get easy clues. I did that shit for hours, training like range and combat stats. Like
that kind of sounds like UIM gameplay.
Don't do that.
That kind of sounds
Don't
like
do that.
you know you're built different and crazy.
Yeah, built stupid.
Oxie,
Maybe I didn't.
You are stubborn enough to do UIM. I think you could vibe with UIM.
I don't know if that's entirely true.
Oh,
Stubborn enough, probably. Committed enough to UIM. I don't know. People are gonna reference this episode in a year when I have like a 1900 total level UIM.
No, but okay, I get it though. Like, I'm a person who yaps a lot, and I don't really give a shit what anyone thinks about me, which is a good thing when you're a streamer, because people have the most insane opinions all the time.
Yeah.
But like, I can also see like there's probably I've thought about this a lot because I have a very active chat. People yap a lot, but it's because
A lot.
I
yeah.
answer almost every single message in my Twitch chat. I will address, unless they're writing something very dumb, then I try to avoid it. But I can see there's probably some viewers of mine that I've never seen. And that's a weird thought. Like, there's probably someone who's been watching for, like, years, right? Who I've never seen type anything. That's just, they know all these things about me that I've said on stream. But I have no idea
a weird one.
who they are. That is a weird.
I have that. I know Michael and I have that with the show sometimes, where people will I will have no idea who this person is. I'll get a message on Discord. Hey, been loving the show since 2022. Just joined the Discord. How do I blank? And I'm like, oh my God, you know my whole life story. Like, there are 170 episodes at this point detailing my life from like just like in the middle of graduate school to now at this point in my real life, that like you have seen me grow as a human being and I have never seen you before in my life. And like on the other end, as a creator, I got no problem. I like joining VCs when there's folks in it and chatting. You know, Michael knows, like, once we pass like the 11 mark in VC, that's just a lot of people for Oxie, and we're gonna hop down to a smaller VC if given the chance. But I don't know. I'm much better in person, I suppose, which is weird. You'd think it would be the opposite. It's really not.
I'm the opposite. I'm weird in real life. I will just sit there.
You don't say.
I will just sit there and be like, okay, this is life. But online, yapping constantly, interacting with people, no issue. Because I don't see people. You know, I don't see those 100 people in my Twitch chat. Like, if they were sitting in front of me, Jesus Christ, that would be terrifying.
We talked
But
about that. It's like, if
don't
you have
see
1,000 people in your Twitch chat, it's nothing. But imagine yourself in an auditorium, and there's 1,000 people, and you're like in the center just playing video games, and you're hearing people shout things. Like, what'd you say? No, that's terrifying.
Like,
no, thank you.
Oh God.
No, thank you.
See, it's weird for me. That doesn't bother me nearly as much. I've always been good at public speaking. I've always been good at presenting. I'm a very good host. If you've been to Xpwaste North or Xpwaste South, you know that, like, I can hang IRL. I might not know who you are initially. Like, when I met Nate Dogg at Xpwaste South, he walked up to me like he had known me for 100 years. And I was like, "What's up, dude? Hey, how are you?" He's like, "Do you know who I am?" I'm like, "I got a level with you." No. And he's like, "I forgot my dragon pickaxe." And I was like, "Nate Dogg, are you shit?" I gave him a big hug. It was so exciting to, like, meet people IRL. So, like, RuneFest, I'm not at all worried. I'm not the kind of person who's gonna be like awkward and like starstruck if I like end up on the same, oh my God, I'm on the same plane as Jimmy. What am I gonna do? Like, I'm not gonna be like cringy and awkward. I'm not gonna be as cringy and awkward about that. But like, as far as, I don't know, as far as like online, even I had to talk myself up to message you to come on to the show.
No way.
No, I swear to God. I was like,
no way. That's crazy.
Because I messaged you and a few other people all at the same time to like set up interviews. I'm like, they play RuneScape. They're content creators. They all do this professionally. It's not that out of pocket to reach out and ask them to be on a show about RuneScape talking about their content creation. Just send them a message. And I'm like, I had to give myself a pep talk to send messages to you and other people. I don't know why. I've never liked it online. I never have.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm a bit of a strange guy. I don't know what you want from me, man.
It's really funny. We're like complete opposites. Like it's not like I get shy in public. It's just I don't know how to interact. Because in a Twitch chat, usually people are typing, so it's easy to respond. And it's also like if someone's on a stream or doing something, it's easy for me to be like, oh, they're doing that. Like, how's it going? Like, I have something to talk about. But you meet someone in real life and they're just like, hey, how's it going? And I'm just like,
oh.
Now what?
Just totally going mute. Yeah, see, I think I'm the exact opposite. Like, I feel that I can be funny and witty, and I'll toot my own horn and say I could make people feel comfortable in person. Perks of being a therapist, I kind of have to. But like, I think I am decent enough to be around in person, but like, I don't type very fast. So like, if I have a witty, funny response, it might take me long enough to type it where it's no longer relevant.
So you didn't sell lobsters at Varrock West growing up?
No, because every time I tried, I would get scammed.
That's the issue.
And I was just I'm not a very good salesman when trying to sell items. The patrons can tell you, me trying to get money out of people is a painful thing to listen to. Michael can tell you too. It took a while for me to be like, yeah, if you like the show, pay us. And I'm still not great at it. Like he already knows what we're talking about. Coming back, he already knows what we're talking about.
But the thing is,
first thing I heard.
I think this is a Norwegian thing, because Norwegians are kind of like all Scandinavians. We're kind of like in person. We don't like being around people. But give me alcohol, and that just flips, right? as soon as people start drinking, then it's not an issue. Then it's like I'm on Twitch again. It's like I try to be funny, you know, I'm more like extroverted, but like I need alcohol to do that. Unless I know someone. If I know you, then it's fine. But like a complete stranger, that's my fear at RuneFest, that someone will come up to me and be like, hey, I've been watching your stream for 2 years, but you don't know who I am. And I would be like, thank you.
I'm gonna fucking do that to you at RuneFest.
Oh,
I'd be like, oh my god, I've been watching your stream since 2021. I've never met you before.
Oh god. Like, I want people to do that, but like, I just hate that they're probably gonna expect stream potato and not IRL potato. Right?
At that point, it's a one-sided. It's a one-sided interaction, kind of like how. I mean, it is a one-sided interaction on Twitch. If you're just a viewer and you don't interact, but it's the opposite at that point because they know everything about you, but you don't know them.
I don't know what they're doing.
All right, Potato, hear me out. Hear me out. Before we go into RuneFest, right? We'll all get the boys together, all the content creators, right? We'll just take a couple shots in the parking lot before we go in. You know, like, here's to meeting people we've never seen before. Let's get her going. And then we'll just not wasted yet. We'll save that for after. But like in the beginning, we'll go in with a little bit of
social
buzz that we feel
lubricant.
comfortable enough. That's such a combination of words.
You've never heard that before?
I just hear like the YouTube title, How I Got Kicked Out of RuneFest.
Oh no.
I can already hear the content. It makes itself.
I think I might need to be a little buzzed to be able to like enjoy RuneFest just a little bit, because it's going to be overwhelming. I think even as somebody who I would describe myself as like an ambivert in some cases, like I'm extroverted, but I also do enjoy and often need to recharge alone. Something like that, where I'm not saying Xpwaste is this big thing, but there will be people who recognize us.
I had heard about
it. Yeah, so like
I thought did you say had or hadn't?
I had because of Jeopardy. Right? He said he'd been on your podcast.
Okay. So we're starting to be known by other people. We don't stream on Twitch. I think that's our biggest issue is we don't do Twitch, and I do Twitter, but I don't do Twitter for the show. So like we are not as in the public's eye.
Yeah, our social presence is lacking.
Yeah.
But it's gonna be a lot of people because now they opened another 1,000 tickets, so there's 3,000 RuneScape and old school RuneScape players all in the same convention hall, which I don't know the size of the place we're meeting at, but I can't imagine it's going to be anything but insane in a good way, but also insane.
Time to stock up on nose pegs. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
No, I am so like, okay, I don't know if anxious is the right term. It probably is the right term. I have I've always had a constant self-perception that I am a frightening individual if you do not know who I am.
Okay.
I think I give off like a pretty like comfortable and confident vibe when behind a screen, but like if you don't know me and I just like approach you at a convention, I don't even like the idea of that. And I'm also constantly trying to get bitches of any gender. So I've got this whole like peacock aesthetic going on constantly. So like my hygiene is up to date. I smell good. My jewelry will be looking good. My hair will be possibly flowing in this big ass.
He's got all his shots
going
too.
On right now, we're gonna use the Airbnb blow dryer and shit. We will be dressed to the nines for RuneFest, essentially.
Hell yeah.
People aren't gonna need a nose peg around me, but that is because I am an anxious mess.
Like I'd like to think that most RuneScape players are now old enough to be decently normal. Is that the
there's no time for hygiene when you have grinds, okay?
Yeah, that's true.
I think the only time I truly ever sacrifice hygiene is during bingo.
Leagues.
The only time genuinely when it's like I have taken days off of work, I have stocked up on only frozen food and alcohol. And my whole mission is wake up, feed my cats, play RuneScape, repeat. Like that is the whole goal for the week. That's the only time where it's like, damn, dude, it's Wednesday and I haven't showered since like Saturday morning. I should probably get up and go do that. But I have to go into work a couple days this week during bingo, so I'm not going to be super gross until like Saturday.
I actually put in time off for Leagues 5, and I hope we get approved.
So this is another annoying part about Leagues. It's why I wanted to get pushed back. Leagues comes out the day before Thanksgiving here in the United States. And
mad inconvenient, by the way.
It's mad inconvenient.
But who
You're
cares about
traveling,
Americans?
families coming into town.
No one cares about Americans. It's fine.
Honestly.
And this is just
We don't
proof.
even care
This is
about
just
us.
proof, honestly. So thanks, Jagex. Didn't look at a calendar. We
didn't look at a calendar.
We ended our last bingo on Mother's Day, and that was rough.
That was such a bad choice, ending it on Mother's
But, like,
Day.
okay,
I hope
I talk about this a lot on stream, and this is like no diss to anyone. I just think it's really funny. But a lot of Americans tend to think the world revolves around them.
But it does.
Like there will be people coming into my chat and being like, "Oh, what do you think about U.S. politics?" And I'm like, Why do you ask me these things? Like,
Yeah.
I don't give a shit.
Why the f would I know
Like,
about a different country?
should I ask you what do you think about Norwegian politics? Like, you don't give a shit about that. So it's just really funny when people are like, oh, they didn't think about Thanksgiving. Well, probably didn't think about some weird Polish holiday either. That probably was around that time, right? So it's just, I find it really funny.
Listen, I get it. It's not an American-based company. That's fine. We've dealt with that before, you know.
Yeah.
It is just mad unfortunate that
Yeah, it
that
sucks.
first 5 days of leagues are an extraordinarily
Wait,
busy time
when is
with
Thanksgiving?
family.
What's the dates usually?
It's on
The 28th.
November 28th.
Oh,
And so, like,
okay.
usually in America, you have Thanksgiving Day, and then for all your straggling family, you do like Thanksgiving weekend, Thanksgiving
And then
lunch. Like, you
the
have
Wednesday.
ugh.
The Wednesday before Thanksgiving is the night
But-
that everyone comes into town, and it is the second most popular bar night in America. So the 27th, everyone's going to be out with friends who are back in town. The 28th is the
see.
whole day of cooking. The 29th is Black Friday in the U.S. Then that weekend is like people are still here. You got to
Yeah.
travel back home. So like maybe not the most convenient time for
No.
them to release leagues. But I also put in the day off request for the Wednesday before Thanksgiving because like last year I didn't put a day off request in and it bit me in the
Yeah.
ass. I made a deal with the devil
Yeah,
last year.
somehow thought Leagues was actually gonna be on the 13th November because I was looking through when it has been before, and I looked at like Leagues 1 and I think Leagues 4 was both in November on that week, the 13th. So in my head I was like, oh, maybe they're doing that again, like mid-November, right? But that was not the case.
That would have been crazy.
I'm so glad.
That would have been crazy.
That would have been so
For
that would've been
us.
4 days post max, post bingo, right into leagues. That would have been so bad for me. So glad they thought of me when they planned the dates. But no, last year for leagues, Potato, I sold my soul to the devil for Rune Cup, and it was so bad.
God.
So the day before leagues, on that Tuesday for Leagues 4, I got the flu shot and the COVID shot because I had heard you could get both.
Okay.
You know, when the CDC says you can get both, sure, it, I'll get both. And I got them, and I thought, okay, I've got the receipts now. I'm going to get my shots, call into work on Wednesday, and say, oh, I just don't feel good. I got to stay home. I got both my shots. And then if my boss asks, I can bring the receipts in and see,
Clever.
I got both shots. I wasn't feeling well. No problem. I wake up the next morning. It's the day of leagues. I'm feeling perfectly fine. I get up. I play leagues. I call in. This is fantastic. Oh my God, everything's great. At about 11 o'clock at night, I start to feel this like tinge in the back of my throat. And I'm
He's
like,
dying.
that's weird. I'm like, I've probably just been talking all day. I woke up the next day feeling in like one of the worst ways I've ever felt in my entire life.
Oh God.
It was fucking horrible. I was at work trying to do therapy with my teenagers, sitting there, lights off, head pounding, coughing like crazy, eyes closed, like,
Oh God.
So when we talk about setting boundaries with our mom, what do we think? Kids are like, you're not paying attention to me. I'm like, trust me, I am paying attention to you. I'm just dying. And I had to tell my boss, I'm like, listen, I know I don't have a lot of sick time because my last day is tomorrow, but like, I'm done with my sessions and cannot function. I'm going home. And I felt so shitty that day that like, you thought, motherfucker, you thought. It felt so bad. So this time I just requested time off. I'm like, you know what? I'm just gonna put the time off now.
I hope to have a
I'm not gonna try to
job.
do any trickery.
I hope to have a job. I
I'm
thought you were
unemployed
gonna
right now.
continue that. I thought you were gonna continue that, but no, that was it.
That's it.
Well,
I hope to
that's
have a
it.
job by then. And they always, I think, for like when you get a job, at least in the US, they're like, did you have anything you needed to put on the calendar, like anything that you already had planned? The whole week of November, the whole week of Thanksgiving off, please. Just the whole week. Because like
Clever.
normally I take that week off anyway because my birthday is around then. But luckily this year it doesn't fall within the week of Thanksgiving, which is good. Last couple of years it's been like within the week of Thanksgiving, so it's been hard to get time off. But we're good this time.
Hell yeah.
And what do you do for a living, Potato?
I
If you don't mind us
do
asking.
a lot of things. I'm a very busy person. Technically, I have 3 jobs. I like to say I have 3 jobs, but some of them are, part-time. So I do have a full-time job in IT. So I do that. And then I stream X amount of hours a month I think it's between like 70 and 100 hours a month I stream.
Damn, okay.
And then I try to do YouTube, but I have an editor because I do not have the time to edit. But speaking of that, I need to get my shit going with that. I need a new video soon. But
we listened to the Asterix episode from, or at least I listened to the Asterix episode from Gothics Rest. He's a super cool
he's
dude.
really cool. I'm really glad he's my editor.
Yeah.
He's very easy to work with.
I edited that episode actually.
Oh, nice.
So it's kind of like a weird coincidence.
Yeah, he's really good to work with, so thankfully I got that going. And then my parents own a farm. So sometimes I have to just suddenly drop everything and go help them out with things, and that's like my 3rd job. It's mostly in summer, doing a lot of shit, and then most of the winter it's nothing because it's snowing here like crazy, so...
Crops or livestock?
Kind of both. They do like sheep and potatoes. Very funny to my name.
Is that why your name? Have you given the
really,
origin
oh
story
God.
for the name?
So I used to go by a different name when I was younger. I made the name Turtle Here at one point. Because I played
Turtle Here?
Yeah, I played this MMO where my character had like this bob cut green hair. So my child brain at like 10 was like, oh my god, it's like a turtle. It's like a turtle here. And that was like the name of the character, right? So I used that for the longest time. But then one of the games I played, it was taken. Someone had taken my name and I was like devastated. I was like, how? It's such a like weird name to have, right? So I had to come up with a new name. And at this time, I think I was on MSN Messenger with my cousin. And he was like, hurry up, make your character, like we're playing. And I was like, I don't have my name. I need to come up with something. And at this point, I think I was like 14. And I'd watched Bleach recently, the anime. And there's this character called Orihime. And I grabbed the Hime part of the name, which means princess in Japanese. I didn't know that at the time, which is very funny. And then he's like, just make whatever. And I was like, I had potatoes for dinner that day. So I was like, f*** it. Potatohime, send it. And then I just kept going with that name since then. That's the
Interesting you
origin
went
story.
with the English potato and not whatever it is in Norwegian.
I guess, like, in my head, even from, like, an early age, internet is English. IRL is Norwegian. That's just how I divide things in my head. So
Okay, makes sense.
What is the Norwegian potato?
potato.
Potatohime?
So not
So
that far
not that much
off.
different.
Yep. Yeah, I've done sheep shearer IRL. I saw someone wrote that. And sheep herder, for that matter. Like, it's how it is.
Oh my God, she's out there killing sheep.
Killing? Jesus Christ. Gassing.
Oh, that's what sheep
Gassing
herder is.
them.
You go kill the sheep.
Yeah, it's true.
We're gonna get a video of Potato doing the mornings end part 1, using a paintball on the sheep,
Oh god.
dyeing them different colors and
So
shit.
yeah, I'm a very busy person. So like most of my days is literally wake up, go to work, come home, stream, sleep, repeat, and not take care of myself, not shower, not work out, not do anything. Then
You are I have to check myself because honest to God, my first reaction was gonna be, "What's your self-care routine look
Yeah,
like?"
no,
I'm not
no.
at work. I cannot. We're not. Fucking.
we're grinding. No, I do some days where I just don't stream after work and I just sleep or like, actually take a shower or something and say hi to my man. Make sure he knows I exist. He's just playing with his buddy. He's just gaming with like his buddies. He's playing like Tarkov or some shit. But like, yeah.
Does the man play?
You're a busy woman.
play
You're a
RuneScape?
busy woman. You're bringing in the bucks with IT. You're bringing in the
Dude,
bucks
he
with the
keeps-
sheep
oh
shearing.
my
You're
God.
bringing in the bucks with the streaming.
He keeps telling his friends that I'm just working up to become his like sugar mommy and that he's gonna be like a work from home man or some shit. And I'm like, why are you telling that to people? Like, what are you saying?
It's a dream, actually.
If I was gonna say that truly is the dream, though. I'd get so bored. I gotta level with you. I don't think I'd be able to survive if I
No,
didn't
he
have
wouldn't
a job.
either. He loves his job.
Not in terms of like financially. I would just be I'd be bored. The days I work from home, I'm like, now what? This is horrible. Like I need something,
Yeah.
and having the podcast helps because like on my remote days, if I don't have a lot of clients, I'll spend the day editing with just like my work laptop open over here. Where like if a crisis pops up, I can stop what I'm doing and I can take care of the crisis. But
Yeah.
if I'm at home and like my documentation is all caught up and I don't have anything to do for outreach, I'll just like do this.
But like
So,
I
ideally
relate
on Tuesday.
because on the days where like I always have something to do. There's always something that needs to be done. But like if there suddenly is a day where nothing is happening, I'm also just like, now what? Like I'm always doing something and now nothing is happening. I'm just like losing my mind. I need to do something. And then you start
I
a
can
new
speak to the
hardcore.
opposite. I can kind of speak to the opposite because as the person in the room who has not had a job since June, I think you can find things to do.
You can always find something to do.
You can always find something to do. I am an adult with a child, so like I'm not completely responsibility free. But for like at least half of the day, if I don't have anything on my schedule, you can find things to do. But
Yeah.
it's not all it's cracked up to be. I want a job.
Oh man.
I don't think I could be a
Don't you?
stay-at-home parent. Maybe I could. I don't know.
Not a Mr. Mom type deal yet.
I don't think so. Maybe. I don't know. Because not like right now, there's that looming like I'm not making any income enough to support the family. But if there was a world where my wife made enough, I could. Maybe. I don't know. That's a lot of what ifs.
Now that song's gonna be stuck in my head all day now.
Which one?
I don't remember who it's by, but the song is called Mr. Mom, and it's an absolute banger. It's a country tune.
Yeah, I don't think I've heard that one.
Look it up.
I don't
Look it
want
up.
to.
It's
I don't want to
it's
get
a
it in my
tune.
head.
No, it's great. It'll stick there forever.
Oh god.
Crayons go up one drawer higher. Rewind Barney for the 18th time. Breakfast 6, naps at 9. There's bubble gum in the baby's hair. Sweet potatoes in my
Holy
lazy
shit.
chair. Been crazy all day long.
Wow.
And it's only Monday, Mr. Mom.
Damn, Oxie. We're going to get copyright struck, but that was worth
now
it.
all of you. This video's making no money now.
It's worth it though, baby.
Nah, see, that's the joke. YouTube doesn't make us any money to begin with because podcasts are not a good medium for YouTube, unfortunately.
No.
It is just not. Unless you have YouTube Premium, then maybe. But like, you have to keep your phone open. It's very data heavy. It's very Wi-Fi heavy. You can't like download an episode without YouTube Premium like you can on Spotify or Apple. So like our YouTube analytics compared to our Spotify analytics are unsurprisingly just so different. It's insane.
We did hit 5K subs though. That's kind of huge.
Wow.
I did see that. That's pretty. We're getting up there. You know, we're pretty famous. We're basically settled. So
Yeah.
watch out. Another UIM.
I've just started YouTube, kinda. I haven't really done much of it before. I tried to do it with the Hardcore Snowflake account, but I was editing my own videos and I had never edited before, so they're kinda garbage. But then now Asterix is editing, and his editing is fantastic. But it's still like difficult to find like my niche. Like I'm doing the UIM stuff, of course, but like videos on YouTube is very different than streams on Twitch. Because on Twitch you can click live and then just yap like a crazy person, and then someone will watch, I hope. But it's like, it's a little bit about networking as well, of course. But on YouTube it's very like, oh, you need a good thumbnail or a title, or people won't even click it, right? They won't even give it a shot, and then you have 10 seconds maybe before they lose interest. So it's like, it's such a different beast. And then it's like, because I'm the one who's just like, I'm doing the voiceover, I'm getting all the clips, I'm like creating the story of the video, the narrative. And then Asterix does the magic and makes it look really cool, right? But it's like, there's just so much to YouTube that I didn't know about. Like,
It's all post-production rather than like in the moment.
YouTube creators like Krebus and Telecan recently, they've been really, really helpful. Because they're like, okay, Potato, like, your thumbnail is dog shit, your title is dog shit, and the first 30 seconds of your video is dog shit. like, okay.
Sounds like every time we've talked to him.
Literally.
About our show.
It's good. Like, because I want them to tell me, okay, why? Why is it, like, because I'm so Twitch-brained, because that's what I've been doing. That YouTube is like an entirely different thing. And then they come with like good advice, like, okay, it's shit because this and this and this and this. And then I'm improving. So I'm like in the process of learning that and finding out how do I want to construct my videos, which is it's an interesting thing, because right now I don't make any money off YouTube because I'm just started, right? You need X amount of things and stuff. So it's interesting. It's a different beast than Twitch entirely.
It is. And I found that, like, the way we edit this show is fairly straightforward. Like, we have all the audio and the video, and it's pretty synced up, and it's pretty authentic in the moment. You know, there is obviously some editing that gets done, but, like, it's not, you know, a crazy degree or anything like that. I found that I really like making audio edits. But when it's time to, like, audio is done, I like the way it sounds. Now we have to start attaching clips because, like, none of it was recorded live. That's when the pain points come in for me of, like, I can get a really good audio track, but once it's like we have to get panoramic shots, or we have to get character shots, or we have to get action shots, that's when it's like, I just don't want to. I've recently started playing with the creator kit.
Oh, it's lovely.
And
but it's a lot.
It's so fun. It's so much. It is so much, but it is so much fun. And it's actually been helpful for a couple of videos where, like, I no longer have to, like, run in and kill myself at Alchemical Hydra a million times. I can just, I need this one attack animation, and I need to sit there and tank Hydra until it does it and hope my camera is in the right position. Now I can just go to Rune Monk, Alchemical Hydra, NPC ID, animation ID, and it will just play it on a loop.
Yep.
That's so nice. That is so nice. But, like, I don't know. It's going to make it easier, but I still need to get better at using it. And I'll do audio comfortably, but once it gets to visuals, I don't know, man. I've been finding that out about myself in these past few weeks, having made, like, what will, by the time Bingo comes out, be probably akin to like 16, 17 projects. No, because that doesn't include anything from the podcast. A lot. Probably like 23 videos this month. It's going to be crusty. So
We definitely should post them on YouTube and make
We
a
will.
playlist because it's a lot. I don't know if you've watched the show Potato, but the commercials that we were talking about earlier, there's a lot of production that goes into them, and I think they're
Too
fun.
much.
Like you could have like an entire YouTube channel dedicated to just silly skits, and it's not even like you as your character. Like Oxie could do this as I feel like as his full-time content creation, like just make fun skits with the different characters in the game, and it's a whole production. But yeah, it's a lot of work that goes into it.
But that's where, like you said, Potato, that like I don't have any time.
Yeah.
I ain't got time for this shit. And when I don't have time for it, corners get cut, and I end up pissed off at my own work because I sit in front of it for too long, and it's like, oh, this looks like garbage. I don't like it. I don't even want to release it, but I have to because I need to get the episode out.
Like I get it. Like I really wish I could just like sit down and get good at editing myself, or like just do all these things because I have all the ideas. It's just executing them is so time consuming. I think my first ever YouTube video, which is like very, very basic, I'm pretty sure it took me like 50 hours to make that, and it's like a 10-minute video, and it's like the most basic shit ever.
Yeah. I was gonna say the time conversion is insane. I think I made a 3-minute video this week for one of our bingo trailers, and it took me at least 5 or 6 hours.
Yep.
It's insane the time conversion of minutes to hours. Because editing this show, it's usually about 2 to 1. For every 1 minute of the show, it takes about 2 minutes to edit. So it's not terrible. If it's a 4-hour show, if it's a 2-hour show, it takes anywhere from like 4 to 5 hours for us to get through.
But that also, but that includes like writing the description, getting the thumbnail, like starting the upload, like doing all of the other stuff in addition to editing. Like 2 to 1 is probably about correct. But if a 2-hour episode takes 5 hours in total, that's everything. At least in my book, you know, like the only things we really cut out is like if you fumble a lot of words or people don't want something said, we'll usually be like, okay, cut that out, editing Oxie or editing Michael. We censor words, and then like that's it. You know? Like that's pretty much all we have to do to edit the show. So it's nice. The Vardorvis terminal from a couple weeks ago, that was 2.5 minutes long. That was a 7-hour project. The Splatmaster project was 7 hours of editing and about 40 minutes of recording with Seth that day. We recorded way more than we needed. And the video itself, the audio track was 5 minutes long, where the video only popped out to be 3.5 minutes long. Because at one point last week, I looked at the audio. I looked at the editing track, and I looked at the time, and I said, I have to make a crucial decision, and I have to decide whether to cut out some of this episode or cut out some of this commercial, or stay up until 7 a.m. when I have to leave for work. Because there is no way that I will be able to keep this audio in and make it visually how I want. That's another big holdup for me, is I get annoyed with myself with the visuals, because like they're almost never what I want. The visuals almost always get compromised, in my opinion, because I just don't have time, you know. But again, 2 feet in front of the screen.
Yeah, I had to tell Oxie that the other day. He's like, the video sucks. It's like it's not good. I'm like, Oxie, you've been staring at it for hours. Of course you don't think it's good.
It gets worse the more you look at it.
We almost didn't put the Vardorvis terminal out. I got so pissed off at it. I'm like, it's derivative, it's shitty, it's lazy, it's tired, it's not put together very well. Michael's like, you uploaded it at 2:00 in the morning, dude. You just like let the people talk about it tomorrow and just see how they like
but
it.
it's kind of like that, because like for me as well, like I will write out everything, take a bunch of clips, try and order it in a nice way, create like a story, and then once that's done, I look at it and I'm like, okay, who gives a shit? Okay, delete that, delete that, delete that, and I like take away like at least half of it, and I keep looking at it, and the worse it gets, and I'm like, god. And then I send it to the editor, and he does things, and I make a thumbnail, and then I sit there, and I'm like, it's shit, it's so shit, it's so shit, it's so shit, and then send it back, let's do this different. And it's a few like rounds, and then okay, you get to a point where you're like, okay, I spent so much time on this, I'm still not 100% happy, but it's good enough. Let's just fucking send
I don't
it.
care.
I don't care anymore.
That's I don't give a shit. Just get it out there.
It's the same way with art. It's the same way with art. Like, I've dabbled in painting, and when your face is like 5 or 6 inches away from the canvas, it's hard to see the full picture. And like, you've been painting and you've been working, and my art teacher is always like, you have to step back, get fresh eyes to see the full picture, to get a new perspective. So I think, Oxie, like, you'll probably watch that video in a month from now and be like, okay, it's not shit. Maybe you will, maybe you won't. But I think the people who didn't make it will look at it and definitely be impressed, because they don't have that like
but it's also
that
like,
experience attached to it.
But also, like, the average viewer doesn't know that much about editing. So
True.
Maybe you're like stuck on a little, this transition was weird. But you're the only one who sees it. You and other YouTubers will see it. But the average viewer, they're like playing RuneScape on that monitor. They don't even fucking looking at your video. They don't even know what the fuck's going on.
I do have to convince myself, because I will get hung up very frequently with like a tactic that I use, and you guys have seen this in the history videos that we've been putting out this last week or so, is I'll take still shots of my character and I'll just repeat it, but at a different zoom level. So like I will use the same shot 2 or 3 times, but like one time I'll be closer to my character's face, right? And that will be like a different enough shot. Or like with the Vardorvis terminal, I had a couple sweeping shots of that area, and I just put like a glitch filter over them, because I'm like, I don't know how to convey a fucking ancient, parasite with this overlay, while also making it seem like it's corrupting this person at 12:30 at night. So like, whatever, I'll just put the stock glitch filter over it and call it good. So it is maddening at times, but it's a lot of fun. Sometimes I joke like, don't get into content creation, and then I always follow it up with like, actually, it's a shitload of fun. Like,
it is a lot of fun.
It's worth it.
But if you actually want to do it more seriously, you gotta put in the hours, and a lot of people have that time. Like, you can always do content creation like very casually, but I'm a person who's like an overachiever. I cannot do anything half-assed. I can't. I get like, I start shaking. So
whole ass potato.
Whole ass raw dog the video, 100 hours non-stop. We don't quit here. That's how it.
Dude, the hard thing about half-assing content creation is the like demotivation that comes along with it. Because if you are serious about content creation, but you can only do it part-time, there's a lot of opportunity for, like, I don't want to say failure, but it's a field of work that takes a lot of grinding. Because I'm speaking from experience. There was a time where I had a full-time job. I think we had like just had my son, or my wife was pregnant or something. And I was trying to do YouTube, and I was making like an Ironman from scratch. And like, I wasn't 100% serious about it, but I still wanted to see if that was something I could do. And it went nowhere. I think my most viewed video has like maybe 70 views. And I think 50 of them are me. So there's definitely a lot of like struggle that comes with like half-assing it, because it's very rare that you can be successful from content creation doing it part-time, which sucks. I wish there was like a way that you could still kind of feel that sense of satisfaction and still only get 50 video views. Because like you said, you put 50 hours into a video and for 20 people to watch it, that just feels bad.
It does.
And that was what was demotivating for me. And that's why I stopped. And then I was like, I need a new outlet. I'll start streaming. And then streaming became a lot. And I'm like, I need another new outlet. And here we are with the podcast. And I get that sense of satisfaction from making this content and interacting with this community. And it's actually gone somewhere, which is great. But it's difficult to.
But that's kind of
half-ass it.
though. Like, no one starts out doing well. Like, it's very rare. Some people will.
Exactly.
But it's very rare. Like, most people you gotta do something, and maybe it doesn't work. Then you do something else. Maybe it doesn't work. You do something, and until you hit something that you're at least happy enough with, or you stop doing it, right? Like you just gotta find your little niche or something that you enjoy doing. Because I don't think I would enjoy content creation full time because of the anxiety of money, right? I can relax on stream and YouTube and do all this like fun shit and say whatever the I want because it's not my job. Like, I earn money from it, but it's not my main income. I go to work every morning at 8 a.m. and I do my real job, and then I come home and just am a bitch on Twitch and yell at people, and it's fantastic. And I feel like if I did that full time, I would feel bad, because I would be like, oh, this is my job. I need to, like...
I can't say that.
I can't call that viewer a bitch for being a bitch, but they are a bitch, so you know.
You probably could. I probably could,
because people watch it. But there would be this little voice in the back of my head going, "Oh, you need to make money this month. You need to survive. You need to eat food." And
every video now goes from like, I'm really proud with the production quality and it was super fun to make, to like, holy shit, it only got 12,000 views. This is going to be rough.
Because I need to keep reminding myself that this is like a part-time job / hobby. This is not my income. Because sometimes I will have that mindset that every content creator has, like, fuck, this video did bad, it's shit. But then I see the bigger picture, like, this is a hobby. You're doing fucking great for doing this part-time. Like,
that's
your
how I feel with the
numbers
podcast.
are there compared to other people who also work full-time and do content creation. You guys gotta step back and be like, okay, you're actually doing better than you think.
I have to remind myself sometimes that, like, again, it goes back to like when I have to like when I do like self-imposed dumb shit like these history videos or these commercials, like dog, you have a career. Like you have got to take care of yourself outside of content creation, because you have a job where people rely on you to a degree that like the fans of your podcast do not understand. Like, you have to go to bed.
But you work with people.
You have to remember to eat dinner. I do work with
computers,
people,
so it doesn't matter. Like,
well, I imagine there's also people involved.
Well,
so you're not like tech support or anything like that.
No, I'm
you?
like hardware technician type of tech.
Okay, so you don't get like that. My computer's printer won't work.
I started out doing that because most IT people start out doing tech support when I was like younger, but now I do mainly like this server is broken, swap it out, or swap this disk, or like screw out this thing, or like, you know, cables, or
you probably build a bitchin' PC if given unlimited money, I imagine.
That would be great. But like, I do mostly hardware related stuff right now, but I used to do tech support at a school before.
Eesh.
And teachers
I would say I can't.
Yeah. Teachers, you would think that someone's job to teach someone would then transfer to them listening to you teaching them something and understanding. But no, it does not translate to that. Like, this lady could like probably tell me all the history things from 1700s to now on like, but can she plug her USB into her computer and turn it on? No, she cannot. I don't understand. I don't get it. Like, what's the issue here?
That's so funny.
It's Fear Garden in the recording booth chat just to dox him. He does exactly that right now. He's IT tech support for his school. He says
God.
PhD in English, kindergarten in tech.
It's incredible. Like I used to be like someone who was very positive in life. And then I started working tech support and
Humanity just like
Dog.
lets you down in some ways.
Potato, go to therapy. Holy shit.
yeah, I used to actually think that the average human was decently
Do you play D&D?
I
Or do
played
you know, like,
Pathfinder 2E.
Mechanics of that? Because like,
Yeah.
what's your intelligence score? Like 6? You have a -3 or whatever. -3 to insight.
Yeah, their tech modifier is definitely in the negatives. They're not up
Listen,
there.
so is mine. Like
Gosh,
I
Oxie.
kind of lament the fact that I have student debt sometimes, and then I have to do shit. Like today, I had to build a desk because I got a new desk, and my setup is going to change from this background with my closet and the pride flag that isn't up because my bitch cat always takes it down because she's super homophobic.
man.
To I'm going to move it out in my living room because nothing says attractive to the girls, gays, and theys that come to my apartment. Like, hey, you want to check out my RuneScape setup in my living room? You know, that took me longer than it should have, and I remember why I went to school for. How long was that have been? 20 years of my life. I remember why I went to school for 20 years when I have to use a screwdriver, or when I have to like. Michael was there the day I swapped my RAM on my PC.
He was
That was like
sweating.
fucking hurt.
It was
That
like
hurt
surgery.
locker for me. It was so.
You're just like,
like. They're like, you want to hear a click, not a crunch. I'm like, what's the fucking difference? You know what they told me? You'll know. What the do you mean?
well,
I'll
you
know.
will know.
If it's a click, if it works. If it's a crunch, your PC is and you need to get a new one. What do you mean? I'll know. I went in. I literally was like, eh. They're like, did it work? I'm like, I thought you motherfuckers would know. I don't. Ugh. It's horrible.
It's great.
So there is a reason why I work with people.
Yeah.
Because I'm one of those people who like, I don't think I'm kindergarten in tech because like obviously doing content creation and all this stuff for so many years, like I know about PCs. I know parts ish of like what's good, what's not good. You know, you want me to put that shit together? No, I got people for that. I'm not doing
But like
that. I can't.
most IT techs just knows the basic. Like we just Google shit for what we don't know, but we just have like the basic knowledge of like how to read a manual or like how to understand the things we are reading when we're Googling things. Because no one can know everything in tech. There's so much. There's like insanely much stuff.
And it's
Bold
constantly
words from
changing
a
too.
RuneScape player who has more information stored in her head about one specific topic than most people do about everything else in their entire life. I'm sure if you put that RuneScape brain to work, you could memorize everything.
That is actually so
for IT.
infuriating when you're like on a hardware job and you're like, oh, I can't remember like that specific thing I need to remember now. But I can list you like all the farming patch locations in RuneScape if you want. You know, that's like, why do I know that? Why do I know that but not the thing I need in the moment for work? It's so annoying.
I don't remember what the program is called, but I can tell you that Araxor has level 300 range defense, and it's a melee. Like, what the fuck? You know, it's dumb shit like that. So we are approaching the point where we should go to break soon. But just because we've been talking about it, I am curious to know, from you and Michael, mainly you, because you're the you're the woman of the hour here. If you never got into content creation, if content creation, streaming, YouTube was never an option, right? You told me you come home, you play RuneScape, you stream, you make videos, you send stuff to Asterix.
Yes.
If that was never an option, what do you do with your life? What creative outlet do you have if not content creation?
Like no RuneScape either.
I mean, like you could play RuneScape,
Because that's what I used
but
to
like
do. I would just come home and play RuneScape all day. But then I was like, why am I just playing RuneScape when I could stream RuneScape and also make some money off it? Because I'm doing it anyway. Might as well, right?
All right, now let's add in a little bit of extra spice. The private servers go so poorly that RuneScape gets deleted,
shit.
actually, and everything is gone. What do you do? What's your creative outlet after work?
Well, I do have other
Both of
hobbies,
you.
like Lego, and
I
I
think,
do
yeah.
listen to audiobooks once in a while. I used to play D&D or like Pathfinder 2e with a group, but then scheduling issues, as
Here,
happens to everyone.
Getting to the point with my D&D sessions where my character might just need to get killed off because I can't make it to any of the damn
I
sessions.
do have a shelf of board games out there in the living room. It's mostly my man's collection. He's like a board game nerd. So I guess things like that, I'm assuming. Maybe actually go outside the door for once. Maybe. Whoa. Too far. Take it back.
Whoa.
Yeah, I guess things like that, because I don't see myself like a lot of people always say this, like, what would you do if you didn't play RuneScape, right? And it's not like I'm gonna be like, oh yeah, I would be like super fit, I would always go outside, work out like 10 hours a day, I would become a millionaire, I would invest in cryptocurrencies, I would like date 50 guys every evening. Like, that's not happening. That's like some weird ass delusion that people think they have, that, oh, if I didn't play RuneScape 16 hours a day, I suddenly would change my life. No, you would just do 16 hours days of something else, like jerk it off in the shower or something. Like, you wouldn't just change.
You don't already do that? They have mobile for
Oh yeah, true.
one hand on the phone, one hand on the hog. You're getting nothing
Like,
to
you
worry
would just
about.
replace the addiction with something else. That's probably worse.
Yeah, I will say I'd probably be a lot more sad, a lot more depressed without RuneScape, because there'd be no social outlet. For the longest time, it'd be like, I'd stay up till 4 o'clock in the morning with my friends playing RuneScape because I didn't have anything to do with my life. Like, if without that social connection, like, that would have been pretty gross. Like, so without RuneScape, yeah, that'd be pretty fucked up. But I'm most always interested in the creative bit. Like, we have a yearn to make things. We don't do this for money, because Lord knows if we did, Michael and I make about an eighth of what we would need to make to split between the two of us, do this full time. So, like, that's just not happening. We do it because we enjoy it. So what about you, Michael? What would your creative thing be were it not content creation?
I think you just put a caveat that changes my answer. I was going to say, if it wasn't this podcast, I probably would have started another podcast talking about something else. But if I can't do like traditional content creation, I think my hobby would just be whatever I can do with my hands, whether that's woodworking, leatherworking. I was very inspired to get into like metalworking and smithing, like IRL for a while. But that never went anywhere because I was living in an apartment at the time. And you can't light up a forge on your balcony, unfortunately. Well, you probably could.
It is hard to get the forge and the crucible and all that shit going.
You probably could
when you don't own the building.
There would be a lot of dirty looks from the landlord.
You could do it once before the leasing office.
Yeah, they're like,
that's for sure.
Hey,
you could do it once before the leasing office.
This guy's hammering on a railroad spike on the balcony at 2 p.m. What are you guys gonna do about that? And then I get an angry phone call, and that's the end of my blacksmithing career. But now that I live in a house, I probably could try and do that. It's just like I play RuneScape, and I have this as my creative outlet. So, and honestly, that's what I did before. Like, there was a time where I wasn't playing RuneScape, and I was more creative. Like I was making wallets, and I was getting into making bags, and I had a little Etsy shop that went nowhere. And it was all like handcrafted stuff. So I think I would pursue that. If I could make another podcast of talking about something that I'm passionate about. But I think you hit the nail on the head where, like, if I didn't have RuneScape and I didn't have this community and like it was just me playing solo and I didn't have a clan, I wouldn't have a social life, I don't think. Or it would be very difficult to like make friends as an adult because I'm kind of a homebody in every sense of the word. Like I don't go out unless it's for like to go get food or the occasional movie. I don't really go out. And I'm married to someone who is also a homebody, and we just are kind of content with that. And going out and socializing is not always on the agenda. Like the most that I ever went out was when I didn't work from home and I had to be out. So just get home and just stay home.
That's
Yeah, I feel
kind
it.
of
As
how me and my man is as well. We don't really go outside much, but there was a time where I used to actually have that phase in my life where I would go outside and party and stuff. I had like a party phase. That was when I was in school and there were other people who also would like drag you along on things. So I had like a phase, I think from like 18 to 20, where we're just like, you can drink at 18 here. So we would just like party and drink like every weekend almost those years in school. And after that, I was like, okay, that was fun. Now I'm gonna sit here and do other.
Now what?
Now I'm gonna do other things. Like I kind of got bored of it. It was like, okay, I've experienced it. It was okay. It was fine. It was fun. I don't want to do this for the rest of my life. Like it was okay. Now I'm gonna sit here and play RuneScape the next 70 years. You know.
I feel that.
70
I really
years.
do. It is.
It's so true though.
Like that's
It's so true.
it do be true. It really do be. We were talking about it last week, which people did not like that episode. I don't know if you saw the feedback, Michael. People did not like that episode. Which like
Yeah, you were a little
sorry,
down in the dumps
we
there,
were-
buddy. I don't know if you have any
Well, dude,
self-reflection
I-
here,
listen.
but like,
No, because I was trying to talk about like obviously some of the cool stuff is going to be a given, and like talking about like the future of the game and what potential cool updates could come. Like they don't usually miss with updates. People always get mad because the stuff in the polls always passes 24/7. It passes because usually it's good for the game. Honest to God, other like up until Wrathmaw, there wasn't anything that they pitched that I was like, that sucks. I either really liked it or just didn't care. Like, wasn't a fan of the Herblore minigame, but I also don't care. And people like it. I don't think I'm gonna engage with it that much. Cool. Glad you like it. I'm not gonna do it until I start clogging, right? Like that's kind of where I'm at with it. But like talking about, for me, it was much more interesting to be like, what are some of the nuances that are going to change about like what happens with private servers, what happens with like a lot of the foundational stuff with this game, with microtransactions and the holding companies that own Jagex. Like what is that going to look like in 10 years, and how is that going to shape our in-game experience? If you guys want me to theory craft 10 new raids over the next decade, I can do that, because my creative thing, if I didn't have RuneScape and content creation and had a social life that wasn't, entirely dependent on being online, which by the way, as a single adult in your like late 20s, trying to form like social connections is like an Inferno level grind real life. It is, once you leave a college campus,
Yep.
that is the only real time in your life where you as a person are engaged so fully in a community like people are meant to be, right? That's why graduating sucks for so many people, is because you get in this like, you're in a walkable city surrounded by people, and it's good and it's everything you ever need, and then you are sent off to be a grown-up and you're like, all right, now figure it the fuck out, and it's all just like taken away from you, and that's tough. And it's taken a long time for me, even with the show, to like have a social life. Like I play sports now, and I have like other friends outside of the Discord and all that. Like we go to trivia nights and we go see plays and shit, and I live close to home and I can go home and see my mom and my sister and all that. Like that has taken a while to get to that point, but I think I would do like scripting and storyboarding, and like I love telling stories. I've had so much fun doing the commercials and doing the history bits. Like despite my griping about how long it has taken me and how much sleep I have lost, it is so much fun to write and tell those kinds of stories. So like, who knows, maybe I would have a job as like a part-time writer, or I can't draw, so creating storyboards might be tough, but being able to articulate that to someone who can draw, that could be interesting. So if you guys want me to theory craft new content that comes out so I don't sound so hyper negative all the time, because I have missed that. People have not been a fan of Oxie these last couple of weeks. I'll tell you what. Oxie has not been.
should get back to the fun times.
We can do that. We can do a pirate raid in Relica. Are you a pirate or are you fighting pirates?
Both.
Both? You are a pirate and you're fighting other pirates?
No,
rough seas
I think
up there?
they're gonna do a sailing
do
raid,
that.
surely. Surely they would do a sailing raid at one point.
They would.
I have pitched an idea for a sailing raid. You base it off Fossil Island. You sail from island to island fighting prehistoric monstrosities until you get to the very end where you have to fight an ancient tyrannosaur, and then you get like dinosaur themed shit for your boat, and that's the mega rare. Like, that would be super cool, you know? But
it would be an absolute miss for them not to do a sailing raid. Like, I'm theorizing in my head that like we're not going to see another raid until sailing comes into the game. Because what if they do another raid in 2025, but they don't do sailing until 2026? We won't have a sailing raid until like 2028, probably.
Do you think they're gonna pitch one at RuneFest? Do you think we're gonna get a new raid then?
Ooh.
I hope. I really do hope. I wasn't fully sold on this year's Summer Summit. We've talked about it ad nauseum. It's not going to be worth it for us to go back into the Summer Summit, but I'm really hoping that the announcements they bring at RuneFest, they're going to be insane. Like, we're going to probably hear Blue Inferno. We kind of have it with Coliseum.
Well,
Coliseum
yeah,
was a fantastic update, by the way. Have you done the Coliseum yet? Oh, it's so much fun.
It's on the list. I just like recently got the Inferno cape on the UIM, so from a content creator perspective, I can't do all the good things in a row. I gotta do some boring shit and then do Coliseum as the next big thing. Because if I do all the big things in a row, there's nothing left. Yeah. You gotta build some suspense. So I'm saving that one for a little later.
No way you're edging people with content.
I am edging people, yes. Blue ball.
It is what she's known
blue
for.
Ball stream.
Yeah. Yeah. Speaking of a tier 3 sub, how do you guys feel about taking a quick break? Get up, go to the bathroom, come back here, send these folks off.
Let's do it.
We could do that.
All right. Well, with that, we're gonna send you guys off to commercial. It is with a heavy heart that I know I've talked a lot about all these videos I've been making. Unfortunately, there is not a new commercial this week. I have tried, and I don't have time. It's just not going to happen. I try. So please enjoy this reused commercial, and we will see you guys after this. Good evening, adventurer. You come here seeking knowledge and power, no? We interrupt this broadcast to bring you an important safety announcement. Attention. This is a message from the Gillinor Protection Agency. If you are receiving this message, stay inside. If you or a loved one leave your home, you may be exposed to an ancient parasitic infection that has no known cure. The strangler parasite has been reported in mainland Zaya, just north of the River Mulk, in the Kebos lowlands. The strangler parasite is an aggressive arcane hive mind that, once contracted, is capable of capturing the bodies and minds of any organic matter it comes into contact with.
For the good of the mass.
If you are receiving this message, do not come into contact with any persons, creatures, or plants not contained within your home. If a friend or loved one has gone missing, the Gillinor Protection Agency urges you to
go outside and look for them.
Stay alert. Be safe. Do not answer the door.
Answer the door.
Protection Agency will keep you informed of any changes to the situation. The Gillinor Protection Agency thanks you for your cooperation. You will now be returned to your regularly scheduled broadcast.
Nuggets! Mom!
See, that's gotta be our culinary-based drug deal exchanges, you know? I'm looking for Prince crackers. You're giving out potatoes. You're giving out snack crack. Maybe I can bring Dr. Pepper and have the Europeans go crazy. I can just like hand it out, you know?
You'd have like a backpack
here
and
you
like
go.
one of those like sucky tubes, and just like everyone can have a sip.
Do Europeans go crazy for Dr. Pepper?
I don't like Dr. Pepper, so I don't know. man.
You claim to be
I feel
my
like
friend.
it's also kind of. I think it's also kind of uncomfortable if this giant bearded deep voice man walked up to you with a backpack and goes, "Hey there, European honey, you want to take a suck?" I don't think that would go over well
Hey, you never know.
in any context. You know,
C-Mix is
No.
American Dr. Pepper sucks balls. Is there a difference? I mean, it's probably like a
I
different
can't
recipe.
really get Dr. Pepper where I live. I live in the middle of fuck all in a forest in Norway. So I've seen Dr. Pepper at the store, but only these like plastic bottles that are like super expensive for like no reason. And there's like one of them in the shelf, and you're like, what the fuck? So
Probably
I went to
tariffs.
Sweden. I went to Sweden and bought like some like actual cans of Dr. Pepper at one point, but you know, I drank them like super quick. And I would say I have to drive like 10 hours from where I live to go to Sweden. So it's not something
bring
you just
you-
do.
I'll try to bring you a can of
hours ain't
Dr.
too
Pepper,
Hell
if I
yeah.
remember.
10 hours is a lot for a can of Dr. Pepper, but 10 hours ain't too bad.
No,
That's like
but
a,
it's
a
like-
weekend trip.
If you're not doing anything else and buying Dr. Pepper, like it's
And you
it's
get to go to
gas, you know?
Sweden.
Yeah, no one wants to go to Sweden.
10 hours and I'm still in Texas.
I think I've been to Sweden one time for like an hour and a half. And it's because there is what we thought was pronounced as Oxie, Sweden. So me, my dad, and my sister went to Oxie. Turns out it's pronounced like Oxie or something
That sounds
in
more
Sweden.
like Swedish, yes.
Yeah, well, this is gonna blow your mind. We don't speak any of those Nordic
What?
languages. I didn't even know that there were as many Nordic languages as there were. I was like, everybody surely just speaks something that ain't English over there. I don't know what it
Well,
is.
both Norwegian, Swedish, and Danish are kind of similar languages. So, like, if you know one of them, you understand the rest. Then you have Finland. We don't fuck with Finland. They can, you know, do their own thing.
You're damn right we don't f- with Finland. Who's in this chat? Here it is. Raccoon's in this chat. You're goddamn right we don't f- with Finland.
They just do their own thing over there. You just leave them alone, and you know they'll be fine.
They make some good RuneScape
They do.
players,
There's
though.
a
I'll tell you
lot
that.
of Finnish viewers of mine. There's a lot. It's like Dutch or Finnish viewers. So many.
The Dutch are built different. Our resident GM is Dutch. He's built different. Well, he's from Belgium, but I imagine it's one and the same.
Oh, you're on a hit list now.
How am I supposed to fucking know? Okay, every state's basically a different fucking continent
Yeah.
over here. How am I supposed to know the nuances?
That's fair. That's fair.
Finnish and Italian, Oxy can't tell the difference. Jack, can you do me a favor and shut the fuck up? So one of our other buddies, Mima, is Finnish, and I keep trying to like impersonate his accent, but every time I do, it always just comes out Italian.
Oh, no.
And he's like, Oxy, that is Italian. That is not Finnish. I'm like, Mima, this sounds exactly like you sound in VC right now. He's like, no, that's not it. Every single time it sounds Italian.
Mia gave us these little cups.
Aw, that's so cute.
They're handmade in Finland.
Love it.
Yours, Oxy, is currently in stage 2 of 3, which it's boxed. I have it in a box. So once the box
Perfect.
makes it to stage 3, which is post office, you'll have it. Stage 1 was on my desk
Fantastic.
looking at it. Stage 2 is boxed. I don't know how long stage 2 will last, but hopefully stage 3 is soon.
We'll see.
I had to look at a map to
should
see
go
where Norway
back.
was, by the way. I hate admitting that on the
We
podcast.
should probably.
That's funny.
We should probably go back into the show. Are we already back in the show?
I don't
Did
think
we
so.
just not do the proper
Do the intro, you
back?
bitch.
Yeah. You know what? All right, fine. We'll do it. So like, just in case, just to stay consistent. Welcome back. I hope you enjoyed that commercial because I know I sure did. Got you.
Got
bitch.
you.
You thought there wasn't going to be a new commercial. I had it already done, and the recording booth chat got to watch it today. And normally I'd say, well, we're going to wait to talk about the recording booth chat. But conveniently, this is the part of the show where we shout out the patrons. And if you want to be in the recording booth chat where you can see cool new stuff when it's done, like commercials or plans for the show, or, talk with guests about unionizing against the hosts of the show, which like cults are fine, We'll see about the union. I'm very pro-union, but not when it's against me, damn it. But this is the part of the show where we thank our patrons who support us, particularly at the KBD tier, because we don't have any new wise old men this week. So if you want your name shouted out for joining the wise old man tier, go ahead and do that, and you'll get shouted out on this here fancy show by me or Michael. Or maybe by whoever else, but I don't think Potato has access to our Patreon account, so she probably can't do it.
Are they on the screen?
But without further ado, well, yeah, obviously they've been on the screen. This guy thinks I don't know how to do the show. I definitely forgot to mention that they're on the screen. I'm not gonna lie, you guys, but they're on there. Wise old men. You guys are fantastic, and a lot of you guys are joining us today because you love us and you're interested in our guest, which like. Hell yeah. But a big shout out now to the KBD tier, the top tier supporters, the folks who give it their all for literally the only perk of having their name called out. And when we say that, they're like, that's cool. Take my money anyways. And that's just a level of love that I cannot put into words how much it means to us. So thank you. Specifically, thank you to Apathy, Boston, Brian M, Brooks 70, my dad, hi dad, Cloud Kicker, Damon S, Dickie Bird, Elite Oreo Dunker, not Jack's Superior GIM. Did I say Superior? Jack's Superior GIM. Mike's Asparagus Pea Smell. Swole. What in the world? That is.
Okay. Let's try again next
What
week. Swole.
in. Yeah, sometimes you hit, sometimes you miss.
Oh no. Good name.
Oxie's personal demonic sub 666. Potato Cleric. She's already infected the Patreon. We love to see it. Our third favorite supporter, Ralph, Run Metal 15, Rylithian, Soggy Waffles, Seppi J, Sparky Life, The Big G Jordy, and Warbatroning. Thank you guys so much for your support at the King Black Dragon tier. It really does mean the world to us that, like, you could get basically the same thing at a tier that costs less money, and you still choose every week to every month, every week to support at the highest tier. And we love you guys for that because you could stop whenever. I've always said, I'm not your mom. I don't control your finances. Do whatever you want. You choose to do that. And for that, we thank you and we appreciate the hell out of you guys. If you would like to join the Patreon, if you would like to become a patron by joining the Patreon, that's the sequence of words that should be in that order. Head over to patreon.com/xpwaste. You can follow us for free, but you can also support us monetarily for as low as $1 a month. Shout out to the Gnome Child tier. Normally, this is the part of the episode where we switch over to the community question, but as you guys kind of know, we don't really do that when we have guests. Unless it's Hannah, because she likes to do that stuff, which is fun. But no community question this week, no achievement of the week. So yeah, I know we kind of like awkwardly interjected the Patreon into our conversation. So hopefully we can get back into a smooth flow of conversation. No problem. We just were talking and I'm like, editing Oxie will decide when to bring us back. We'll figure it out. So we've been here for a while, but self-plug is over. Now Potato is actually going to talk all about how she's monetized and how you can financially support her.
Just put me on the spot like that. I'm just like sitting here vibing.
It won't be the last time, trust me. Could you imagine though if we brought these guests on and we're like, hey, how do people give you money? Do it. Tell us. How do people give you money? What's the best way people can give you money?
Very simple.
God, that'd be
You just go to twitch.tv/Potatohime and you watch my stream and you have a lot of fun. You don't have to give me any money, but you know, if you're a rich oil lord from, you know, some eastern country, why the f not, you know? Now, I also have a YouTube and I do have a Twitter that is also, I believe, Potatohime RS. I need to actually check that. I used to go by Potatohime RS, but then I nuked the RS at the end at one point. Yeah.
It seems to be a trend. People nuke the RS after a
You
while.
want to be a
Well,
variety streamer one day? You got to.
The thing was that I couldn't get the name Potatohime on Twitch until I became a partner, because when you get a partner, you can steal names that are inactive, and someone had my name, so I got.
You can steal names?
if they are inactive and haven't logged on in like X amount of years.
There's a name that I want to steal.
So I could take that, but I couldn't get it on Twitter or on YouTube. So I believe it's Potatohime RS still there.
I just need to get partnered on Twitch.
Yep, you can yoink a name. So yeah, you can find me there.
I've been trying to drop the 17 off my name on Twitch for a while because I'm Oxie 17. I want to drop the numbers because I think Oxie just flows so much better. But I think there will come a time where, like, if I ever get partnered on Twitch, I'm not going to, but like, everything will just convert over to Oxie. Like, Discord is Oxie. I've thought about in-game name Oxie, but the guy who has it wants like max cash for it because like it's his name from when he was a kid, and like I'm not paying that kind of money for
Oxie,
it. I don't
listen to
care
me.
that
Listen
much.
to me. Once you max, there's nothing you need to spend money on. Once you have max everything, and money just means nothing. Revisit that conversation because I think it would be so
Look,
cool to have Oxie.
okay. I've said it once. I'll say it again. I have a driver's license with my in-game name on it. I don't think I need to pay a max cash tag for somebody else's in-game name. I posted a tweet of my new Saber Lame that I got. And I was like, yep, I got the RS set on the Saber Lame, baby. Because I love my little RuneScape Twitter like hovel that I'm in. I don't talk to anybody. I just lurk. I have a good time. I like people's progress. You know, I don't really get involved in drama, but I see it when it happens. So it's very interesting. RuneScape Twitter.
Yeah, RuneScape Twitter is something else. I don't think I would have a Twitter if it wasn't for content creation. Because it's so good for like advertising yourself or like shit posting or just being this entity online, I guess. But like if I was just a private person that didn't do any of that, I would probably not have a Twitter. I'm gonna be very honest.
Yeah, I don't like posting to my personal pages. Like, I don't think I've posted anything on my Facebook in years. I think people have posted about me on Facebook, but I don't think I've posted about myself. And on my Instagram, it's weird because I have like RuneScape people on my Instagram, but I also have IRL people. So it's like this weird best of both worlds hybrid on Instagram that like is kind of good and kind of not, because like what does my old basketball coach care that like I'm making progress in RuneScape?
Look, coach.
But on the
I
flip
maxed.
side, why like exactly, but on the flip side, like why do the people who like know me from RuneScape and know me from Xpwaste, they don't care about my family trip to Nashville? Like it's like it's a weird balance on Instagram. But Twitter is almost all RuneScape. There are very few IRL people that I don't know from the game that I have on Twitter. So it's easier to just put whatever dumb shit I want on there in combination with IRL stuff that I think is cool.
True. I made a separate Instagram when I started content creating, just to keep it separate. I think that's the way.
There are a couple people from
Yeah.
Xpwaste that I've gotten close to just because we hang out in Discord, who I have allowed to follow my personal Instagram, but that's it. That's the only cross-contamination that I've gotten. Nobody has my Facebook. Nobody knows my personal
I have your
Twitter.
Facebook.
I mean, Oxie does, but like
I have
you're
your
my
phone
friend.
number. What do you mean? I have all that shit, dude.
I actually deleted
think there's
my
a difference.
Facebook when I started content creating. I just nuked it. All gone.
Honestly, it's probably best. I've been wanting to nuke my Twitter, but it goes back to like 2009, and to me, that's like kind of like a time capsule. I could be happy to delete my Facebook, but it's also the same thing. Like, I get to look at my Facebook memories and see what what teenage me was thinking every day.
Oh god.
I posted on Facebook like it was a diary, so I have a lot of shit that I could just read constantly about my day. It's kind of fun.
Yeah.
So I just keep it for that reason.
Before I nuked my Facebook, I went through and looked at some like old stuff. Like took some old pictures, downloaded them if I wanted them. And I found this like old group that my class made in like, 5th grade. And I started like reading the posts and I was just like this just reinforces
so cringe, aren't we?
that like 12 years old should not have social media. We were just posting them with like weird shit. Like people would just like post like poop and then like 5 laughter emojis and it's just like oh god.
I think you and Oxie are
Children.
closer in age than you and me are, but it's all the same.
Yeah.
It's all the same. Because you were talking about you said you were a kid playing in 2012. I graduated in 2011. So I think we're a bit different. The age gap is a little
I was
it's a bit
born
higher.
in 1998.
Okay.
Oh, you're a fucking 98 kid. I knew you were weird. Holy shit. 98 kids are weird as hell.
Yep.
I'm 96 and my little sister's 98. I'm 98 kids are weird as
They
hell,
are.
dude.
We're f***ed up.
That
Explains
it.
everything.
Weird as hell. Okay, well, that totally tracks now. I'm no longer
The dots are connected.
left in wonder. I have no longer, I'm Danny DeVito. Oh my God, I get it.
Excellent.
Chaos Cleric says, if I
Yeah,
met teenage me, I would commit assault and battery immediately. That's so funny.
I don't, and like this is an interesting point because I know Michael has a kid. To my knowledge, Potato does not. I do not have a child either.
I am the child.
I am not letting my fucking kids on social media until they are at least 13 years old.
Even then, I think 13 is too young.
Fucking kids. It is probably too young, but I'm trying to think of like, how did I develop as a person, right? Like, was I bullied in school? Absolutely. I was an overweight, awkwardly proportioned, giant-eared, inhaler-sucking child who really wanted to talk about dinosaurs and RuneScape. Of course I got made fun of. But I didn't have any cyberbullying issues as a kid. And I remember I got my first phone in the 6th grade. It was like a flip phone something. Some like Nokia, you can try to snap it in half or shoot it and it's not going to break type phone. And I had unlimited texting, which was crazy, but I didn't have anybody to text. So I pretty much just used it to call my parents when I got home from school after I walked home from school because I started like playing sports and it took me past the time they would come to pick up my sister. I did not get an iPhone until I was a junior in high school. So I had some variant of like flip phone or slide phone until I was about 16 years old. And while I was on the internet, I had a Facebook. I didn't have a Twitter until I didn't have any other social media until I had an iPhone, really. But like, it was also contained enough where it was like a different world where like having seen what happens to kids who have that from a young age, again, as a former like teenage therapist, I think it's going to be but on the flip side, this is where I'm torn about it. This is kind of where I'm curious of what your guys' thoughts are, right? Do you remember those kids in school who like weren't allowed to watch SpongeBob or Harry Potter?
Yep.
Do you remember those kids in school who like they were like fine enough, but like they were so out of the loop on some social things that like it was a little strange,
That was me.
like
But I was homeschooled, so like I
Obviously.
didn't.
Look at the guy.
I didn't have any.
He's fucking free.
There's no proof.
But like, my concern with like, all right, no phones, no social media, none of that, you know, because it's gonna do you more harm than good. But are you gonna miss out on culturally significant events for your generation by not having access to that?
I think they're
You
gonna.
know, we have
They're still gonna skibbity.
we
toilet
literally
without
have a
it.
tile. We have a tile on our bingo board called the lid, and it's obtain any jar. It's already been leaked. You guys knew about it. That whole thing comes from the lid from that SpongeBob bit, right? When you say SpongeBob references, when you say Harry Potter references, you say Star Wars references, people get it, right? It's culturally significant. And if you don't understand some of those things that you're growing up with, I feel like you miss out on a portion of that. How do you guys feel about that? Am I crazy? Am I like on the one hand, I don't want any young children to be exposed to social media because even I think it's miserable sometimes. I also don't know what I would be like if I didn't have that kind of connection for things we both liked with me and my friends as a kid.
The thing is, the internet is very different now than back then. Like, yeah, it was probably less monitored back then because it was so new and parents didn't know what this thing was, and there was definitely a lot of creepers on the internet back then, and you would like just go on like 4chan and see like the most crazy shit ever, right? But I also think that people were maybe a little bit older back then before they got into it, like smartphones now, as you said. Like I also had like a flip phone early, and it could be like, you know, I could call my mom with it, but if I touched the internet button, my family would be poor and go into debt, and
it would cost so much money, and the phone would break.
it would blow up the world if you clicked it, and if you clicked it by accident, like back now.
Shut the phone off, throw it across the room.
And like I don't think I had like I've never had an iPhone, but I got like my first like actual smartphone, I think around the same time you did, like 15, 16 somewhere, maybe. So it's like, yeah, I think it's important that they get to do what other kids do, but maybe in a contained environment. Like you need to pay attention to what the fuck they're actually watching. And I think that's very important in parenting. Like, yeah, let them experience things, but like, okay, why the fuck are you watching this weird ass thing? Like, because I remember when I was like 13, I would play like all these MMORPGs, and my parents would have no idea what the fuck I was doing. They just saw, oh, she's playing video game. But this is MMOs. I have no idea how many people I spoke to on there that was probably like 35 or 40. That probably was like really fucking creepy, but 12-year-old me was like, oh, fun, people to talk to. And I didn't see it until now, later, looking back, I'm like, that was really fucking weird that this 40-year-old dude was talking to me, even though I said in game I was 12. Like, that's fucking creepy.
Yeah, like it doesn't make sense. Like, yeah, I'm 12 years old. What's the issue with that? As an adult, like, especially with the understanding that like chat rooms, the MMOs back when we were kids were chat rooms.
Yeah.
That's what they were. That's why there was such a big bustling social life, because that's all we really had. We would all go to the party worlds, and we would meet people at house parties and or the Grand Exchange, and we would just make friends with these people. But like knowing that and growing up with that, like we don't allow minors in the Discord.
Yeah, same.
You're under 18 years old, you could right off. Like we do not tolerate that shit. I do not tolerate it. I have spoken with the other boys about it. I have seen horrors beyond your comprehension, even as parents. In my line of work, absolutely never will a minor be permitted into the server, especially if I know about it ahead of time. If I find out you are under the age of 18 years old, you can get
There's like a reason
you are out of
this
here.
meme that I see online a lot, where it's like, oh, me 15-year-old helping 40-year-old woman through their divorce in World of Warcraft. Like there's a reason that meme exists, right? Because that's how it was. Like, but like back then in MMOs there was a lot of kids. Like people were young. Now in MMOs,
well, it's because who they were designed for.
Now in MMOs you're like 35. You know, like that's like there's no 12-year-old that plays MMOs. Okay, maybe like one or two, but like it's very different. So therefore, like there's other things now that kids play. There's other games, other communities. So it's like, yeah, it would suck to take that away from a kid completely, because then they probably get bullied for not knowing references or not understanding what everyone else is doing, right? But you gotta fucking pay attention. Like, don't let them sit and talk to 40-year-old dudes in Roblox or whatever the fuck they play.
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head. Like you can let them be involved, but you also have to be involved, and that's what I'm mentally preparing myself for. With my son being 3, like in a few years, he'll be of an age where I think I want to introduce him to video games, and that I don't know if it'll be anything that's online for a while.
No, you could do
It's
like
definitely going to be
cozy
like
games.
stuff.
Like,
Yeah, it'll be like him and I play Minecraft or something. But
yeah.
you know, there's a lot of different avenues. I think that if you are a parent, it can be overwhelming, but like you gotta be involved, especially with older kids and what they get up to. Because I've heard horror stories of Roblox.
Yep.
Like, we're not going to touch Roblox in my house. I don't really care what cultural experience they're missing.
Probably a new thing in the future.
There'll be something different, sure. But talking about culture specifically, though, Oxie, I think you can still like be involved with the culture, but skip out on the stuff that's like dangerous, I guess. Like, they can get the SpongeBob
how do you know?
references.
But again, how do you know, right? Looking back in hindsight, SpongeBob is stupid. It's a stupid show designed for children with a couple of adult references in for the parents who had to watch it with their kids. But people were so maliciously against it.
I
growing
didn't
up.
know
I remember
that.
kids who weren't allowed to watch it.
Really?
Oh my God,
like,
yeah.
we watched SpongeBob all the
yeah.
time. I never heard anyone being against it here.
Well, my dad thought SpongeBob was funny. My mom didn't like it, but my dad thought it was funny, so we watched it, you know, whatever. But again, Harry Potter being another one, because like witchcraft is the devil's work. You're not allowed to watch. Like, people had these ideas of like, this is a story of kids going to school and growing up through trials and tribulations that has become a significant thing in, you know, the modern era, culturally speaking. But you weren't allowed to watch it because your parents misconstrued it as this horribly evil thing that would taint your views of religion or whatever it was. We don't know what that's going to be, right? You're not allowed to watch Harry Potter, but you're allowed to play Modern Warfare 2.
The
And
double
whether you're
standards is
sitting in-
crazy, dude. Let me tell you.
But exactly, right? Like, Modern Warfare 2 doesn't have anything blatantly sacrilegious, and if that's something you're concerned about, like, I don't care what you play as long as it's not a Harry Potter game. Between the online lobbies and the words "remember, no Russian," it is total. Like, we didn't know, parents didn't know, right? I was gonna say that is what concerns me, and this is probably just because I'm an anxious soul. But like, I know the ways you're gonna try to get around me, and I can smell a bad situation coming from a mile away. That's crazy. Somebody asked you how old you were 3 times and just continued to talk to you once you said 14.
That's crazy.
You're going to stop playing that game forever now. But like, I don't know what is going to be the Modern Warfare lobby, or what is going to be the equivalent of No Russian, or what's going to be the equivalent of Roblox, which is basically just multiplayer Minecraft, right?
I think a lot of the issue is that people just don't talk to their kids.
That's
like-
it.
well,
It
yeah.
really is.
Like, they don't like it's probably just as common now as like when we were young, but a lot of parents seem to be like, oh, these things are taboo, therefore we do not talk about them with our kids. How will they then know how to look out for those things, right? Like, you just gotta make it kid friendly to like understand, like, because kids are dumb, but they're not stupid. Like, they can understand.
Here.
They can understand
Kids
this
are
bad.
dumb, but they are not stupid.
You gotta teach them.
Low intelligence, high wisdom.
Yeah. There you go.
'Cause let me tell you, working with teenagers, they're
Like,
dumber than
the
shit.
thing
I
is,
love
like,
them, but my
they
God.
won't know until they know, right? like if no one teaches you, if no one teaches you how to change tires on your car, how the fuck are you gonna know how to do that, right? Someone's gotta teach you.
Yeah. It's when you look back and be like, you know, why were they talking to a 12-year-old? that's a little suspicious, right? Like, it's probably not the best. But like on the other hand, sometimes it has like such good, like there are so many good memories that come of it. Like I remember I used to play Halo 2 on PC, and while playing Halo 2 multiplayer, I met this guy called Shade Slayer. He was Shade and his little brother was Shady. But they were both my age. Like I think I would have been 12, I think he was 13 and his brother was like 10 or 11. And we would just like play Halo 2 multiplayer together in voice chat, talking to each other all the time. And I was in like maybe the 7th grade. It was something we loved to do together. And then one day, she just never got back online. You know, that's like those kinds of experiences that like that were good. You know, like I got to meet a kid and his brother who like lived in Connecticut. I'd never met anyone who lived in Connecticut or wherever he lived before. You know, so like there are potential goods that come of it. And the idea that like weighing that, you know, like, ugh.
My future kids are gonna fucking hate me as an IT technician. They're gonna open something. Oh, you've been blocked? You can't do that. They're gonna try and get around it. Psych, blocked there too. Can't fucking outsmart me.
They are. They're gonna hate me.
The funny thing is,
they're gonna hate therapist dad for sure. They're gonna hate therapist dad. They're gonna be really angry about something. And I'm gonna be like, well, so what have we talked about? Anger never arrives alone. What are you really upset about? A 16-year-old boy is gonna want my head on a spike when I hit him with that. But I don't care, dude. I used to be you, motherfucker. What are we really upset about? You know? Ooh, they're gonna hear.
I think Potato, the funny thing is though, they will outsmart you.
Yeah, they will. I get pissed off.
It's the crazy thing is even as like an IT technician or whatever your job title is like kids are smart. My son knows how to work my iPhone at 3 years old. They just adapt. They pick up. And they'll probably inherit some of your wisdom too. So it's like, you know, they can only exceed you.
I actually have a really funny story from my childhood about that. So my parents aren't really like tech savvy people. So I don't know where the fuck I got that from anyway. But my dad had ways to try and stop me from playing too much video games. Right? He would let me play X amount of time, but as, you know, as any good parent, you don't let a kid play, 16 hours a day, obviously. You try to limit them to a certain extent. So my dad would do the normal thing of, like, warn me, like, hey, you've been playing for 3 hours now. Now we're gonna eat dinner. You have 5-10 minutes to wrap up, whatever. And if I was, like, at that time I might be playing, like, League of Legends, he would let me, like, finish my game, right, before. So he was like respectful of the hobby.
What a man!
But
right there. What
round of applause for your dad.
If you push it, that's when he becomes like Satan, right? He would like fucking take the power to my room. He would like flip the fuse, or he would be like, just yoink the internet. Right? Time's up. Like if I didn't listen. So sometimes I was in like a very rebellious phase. You know when you're like 14. And you hate your parents, no matter what they do, right?
You're basically an adult. Yeah.
You think you're an adult.
You can do whatever you want.
And I want to do whatever I want.
Yeah.
So I would like sit up at night to play video games. And my dad was like, yeah, we don't do that here. So he would start like actually like just removing the router every night. Like I would maybe sit up and play like offline games and stuff to get around it. But it wasn't as much fun because my friends weren't on there. So it would make me go to bed earlier. But one of the days, there was something, I don't remember exactly what was happening, but I needed to be online. I had to. So, when my parents went to bed, the router was upstairs, I was downstairs, and my parents always slept with the door open into the hallway. Other side of hallway is where the computer room was with the router. So, I had a mission. My parents fall asleep, I go up, I plug the router back in. I had to be on this event. That was the mission, right? So I do this. I crawl up the stairs, it's like swoop on the floor, and it works. It works. I do it flawlessly. I'm like, yes. And in my head, I think I outsmarted my parents. They have no idea. They knew. Somehow, they knew what I've done. So I try it again a week later. Same thing. I want to be on this thing. And I crawl up the stairs. I'm like, I'm the smartest fucking bitch ever, right? I can do this. And as I'm standing there, plugging in the cable, I feel something grab my leg. And I scream. And it's my dad. He's crawled down on the floor, army style, into the room. And he grabbed and he's like on the floor, like laughing. And I hear my mom go like, "What's going on?" Like she just woke up. He was laughing so hard, he couldn't even be mad at me. He was like actually crying and just like, he tried to be serious and he just would crack up again. And I was just there mortified. And he's like, go to bed. And it's like the funniest shit ever.
But you never tried it again after that, did you?
No, I didn't, because I was fucking terrified.
That's like reverse
right?
parental
it sent
trauma.
the message. It's benign. It's funny and it's frightening, but it's a benign kind of funny, because I tell you right now, as someone who loves getting a kick out of scaring people, if I knew my little bastard teenager was sneaking upstairs and turning the Wi-Fi back on, because I have it on my phone, motherfucker, I can see when you turn it back on. If I knew, I would stage that shit so hard. I would wear like all black in the room so they wouldn't see me. I'd be like those videos where you blend into the curtains and shit. And then I would just like I do to my cats, and they would be, that right there would be enough punishment for me. That sheer moment of terror, that like, the bump in the night got me. That's funny enough, you know?
My dad did start like, he was a little bit stricter after that, but then mellowed out again. But like, I do remember my parents were going away on a trip for a day, and I was gonna be home alone, and my dad literally just like took the router with him in the car. He just like grabbed it. He just took it with him.
Do you have any siblings?
I don't. I'm an only child.
Oh, that must have been hell.
I just
for
watched
you.
TV instead. I don't see what this accomplished, but I was just watching TV instead.
That's hilarious.
I was never allowed to have video games in my room. I honestly, I did not have video games in my room until I was a senior in college, when I moved my Xbox into my room after my roommate moved out. And their logic as when I was a kid was like, if we put your PlayStation or your Nintendo Wii upstairs, like, you're never going to come down. We're never going to see you. It's like, you have to play in the living room, because we know what you're playing. We know how long you're playing it. You're not allowed to have it upstairs. So I was like, okay, whatever, fine. And then just like got used to that. And my family did too. So like when I would be up in high school playing like zombies or whatever, or Halo with my buddies, they would know. So like my parents would talk to my friends like over the headset. They'd walk in and they'd be like playing with Owen and Kale, and be like, yeah. And they go, hey boys. And they go, hey Miss Oxie, like over the microphone or whatever. I'd be like, they say hello. Okay, cool. This is back when I had like the single ear Turtle Beach with the fucking thing sticking off the end of it. Good times.
Nothing like a bit of nostalgia. Have you guys seen Inside Out 2 yet?
No.
No.
Man, nothing makes me cry harder than the Inside Out movies. Like bawling at the end of that movie. I did not expect it. I kind of expected it, but I didn't. They're such good movies.
I remember the last movie I think I cried at while I was watching, probably the last movie I've seen in theaters actually, was the Barbie movie, and you were asleep.
You were crying?
You were fully
Oh no.
Michael is at the theater, knocked the out in the seat next to me. fully like dad level asleep. Like dad after a long day at work asleep. I'm sitting there in the theater going, when did it end? All the enjoyment. It was like, oh my God.
Why was I so tired?
Barbie because we had spent an entire weekend together in a hotel running around the state of Michigan. It's probably why you were tired.
Did we have to get up early?
Because that was
or
Xpwaste
something?
North.
I know what we did, but like, do we have to get up early? Maybe it was
Well,
like up
remember
early.
that was the
'cause
day we had to like. That was the day we had to like check out and then record our episode.
Oh yeah.
We like tried to record. Did we end up
We
recording
didn't.
that?
It was a failure.
Did we?
Wait,
We got so close. Did we record
remember.
at the garden before?
I don't think we did.
I really don't.
we
remember.
didn't. No. And I think we said like screw it. We have enough content to put out a little vlog.
Yeah, whatever. It'll be fine. I don't know. But yeah, no, I think that was the last movie that I cried at, because I don't watch a whole lot of movies. I don't know about you guys, but if I'm sitting in front of a screen, I'm probably playing a video game.
I didn't
We
really.
should definitely watch Inside Out.
I didn't
good.
really watch much movies growing up because my parents were pretty cheap, so they had like the basic pack of like TV channels, and like I would maybe get like a DVD for Christmas or something if I was lucky. So I didn't really watch much movies. If it was like on those cheap ass TV channels, then we would watch it. So I think I've seen The Day After Tomorrow like 50 times because they keep fucking sending it on repeat every fucking day. I'm so done with that movie. But yeah, so we do now actually do movie nights in Discord in my community because there's so many movies that I haven't seen and people started getting fed up with me not understanding things. So we've actually seen a shit ton of movies in Discord, which is really fun. It's always a blast. And recently we decided to watch one of my favorite movies of all time, which is Treasure Planet. And that one makes me cry.
Oh,
that one makes me cry. So I was just sitting in Discord going like, but
I've not seen that in a long. I think like literally the early 2000s was probably the last time I've seen that movie. Yeah,
so
I need to watch
good.
it.
So there was a lot of people in my community that actually hadn't seen it too, and they were like, "Oh my god, this is so good!" Like it's a movie from I believe 2002, but it holds up so well.
They've been calling for a live action Treasure Planet, and Disney's just like, no, we're gonna do Moana 2.
Thank you. No more live action. There's a reason.
Well, they're doing a
animated
Moana
films
live
work.
action too, so
They should.
They're
doing
stop
it.
doing
They're
live
doing
action
Moana live
things.
action.
They
They
should
need to
just make
stop.
good movies.
it's like
Like,
free IP.
I
I get
think-
it, but like, don't. Nobody wants this.
I think at times there is a place for live action adaptations, mainly when whatever movie it is not fantastical, right? Like
Bro, they're wanting to do Hercules
Live action.
Yeah.
That's
not
right
gonna
there. That's
work.
pushing it. It's got to stay
not
animated.
gonna
Live
work.
action, like Cinderella would be a good live action film. Like live action Cinderella would be good. There's obviously a little bit of magic, but nothing that can't be done with CGI. There are no particularly animal characters, anamorphic characters. Or what's the term? Like human shaped people or animals or whatever it is. Anthropomorphic, that's the word. There's not a whole lot of that, and there's the big dragon and shit when the fairy godmother turns evil. But we've done dragons, we got Desolation of Smaug, we got Game of Thrones. You can do a dragon, no problem. I feel like once you get into Lion King territory, Moana territory, talking about demigods and underwater this, that, the other thing, I didn't think Little Mermaid needed to be made live action. I've seen it; it's not bad.
It's not
just
good
one
either.
of those
It's like it's
Yeah,
in the middle.
They
like,
ruined. They
Little
ruined
Mermaid.
Mulan,
Little
dude.
Mermaid's always tough. Little Mermaid's always tough because the criticism Little Mermaid got was hey, we don't need live action movies anymore. But there were a bunch of bigots in the back going, mermaids aren't black, and that was that's the big issue. So it's not that mermaids aren't black. Mermaids aren't real. That's the biggest piece to remember. But I saw it, the effects were cool. It brought some interesting perspectives on scenes, like when there's storms in the ocean. But with live action, you always have to add so much, that if you're going to remake the movie, I'm the type of person who I want the remake to be a shot for shot remake because it's what I like. It's what I remember. And
See, to me,
I don't
that
know.
just feels like, what's the point? Lion King was almost shot for shot. I'm pretty sure at least the beginning was almost shot for shot. And I'm like, what's the point? We've already got Lion King. You're just doing it
exactly.
for the money. It's a money grab.
Yep, that's where it becomes an issue. I don't know. Remakes are tough. Movies are tough. I've also not seen a whole lot of movies.
Same.
I've seen Treasure Planet, surprisingly, because I think my friend made me watch it.
It's so good.
But if the recording booth started listing off their favorite movies, I bet I haven't seen them.
I was gonna ask, Potato, did you guys have Blockbuster and stuff in Norway?
Not where I lived, at least, in the middle of fuck all in the forest. So
See, I think that's why a lot
But,
of at least
think-
like city kids are movie cultured because we grew up with a thing called Blockbuster where you can just go rent a movie for
Our local
$1.
library had like you could rent movies. I'm pretty sure the local library had something like that. But I just like my parents are people who are like very outside people. Like they don't go online or like hear about like
They're
they work
farmers,
on a farm,
sure.
right?
They
They don't have time
farmers.
to watch movies. They would watch like the news and some like TV. So like I grew up in a household that didn't really watch movies. So it was never like a part that I really cared that much about. Like I enjoy watching movies, but it's not like a huge part of my life to watch movies, right? Like I really enjoy Treasure Planet because I got it on a DVD for Christmas and it was like the one thing I had, so I would rewatch it like a million times. And I also had like Shrek on VHS, like Shrek 1 on VHS.
That's awesome.
So I had like a few, like I think I had like 10 or 20 DVDs, VHSs that I just watched on repeat, and that was it. Other than that, I was just online playing video games. That was like my form of entertainment, right? So yeah, it's the same with music as well. Like my parents will listen to radio, but they're not people who will put on music just to listen to music. Therefore, I also became that way. I will listen to music on stream. I will listen to music in my car. That's it. Other times, it's just quiet. I go outside and I raw dog the world. I don't put on headphones. I just go outside and listen to whatever's out there. That's just how I work.
I've been doing audiobooks or like podcasts, but I'm the same way. Like, I don't really like listening to music in the car. I do it because it's either that or silence sometimes.
I
Because
do radio.
if I'm with my family, it's like it's either music or silence. I don't really want to just sit in silence. But yeah, I don't like have like Spotify playlists I have to listen to. Just pop on the radio and top 100s or alt radio is good.
I really like video game soundtracks because I have to write a lot at work. I have a really hard time focusing on writing. I always have my entire life. And I'll put Stardew Valley on. I'll put Skyrim on, something like that. It's like really long soundtracks with no words that aren't particularly distracting. And I can just like lock in and get whatever writing done I need to get done. There's a period of time during my internship where I would put the RS3 Inferno theme on repeat, and I would just type really, really fast. Because I'm like, oh yeah, this shit is so hype. I gotta just get all these notes done so I can go home. But like, yeah, I don't know. I don't feel like I need music oftentimes. I like it out in public because like, not that it distracts me from things, but like if I'm doing something mundane like going to the grocery store, I'd rather be thinking about something else. And like, for example, I know we talked about like creative writing or whatever earlier briefly. One of my ways that like I get inspired to make ideas is I listen to music that inspires me to make an idea, and I will craft the idea before there is anything written on paper, right? Like we have a project coming up for we have a couple for Xpwaste coming up, and we have a couple for bingo coming up where like I don't have anything written down. I haven't reached out to anyone. I haven't written anything down. I can tell you exactly what it's going to look like, though, because I have listened to the music that I want to pair with it so many times that it is like perfectly blocked out in my head, which I think leads to the issue of like, it's perfect in my head. Why can't it just be done on the computer? And then turns out it's actually 12 hours of footage I need to get for a 4-minute video, you know, like. It's that type of thing. So I listen to music in that context quite a lot. And then just whatever vibe I'm feeling at the time. Am I sad? Am I slutty? Am I happy that it's finally warm outside? What tunes match the vibe right now, you know?
Yeah, I get that. I like also to listen to like video game music if I'm doing guideless questing on stream. Because I do that when a new quest come out. I will read all the dialogue, do it without any guides, any hints, anything. Because I find it fun. And
oh yeah,
I've noticed that if I play my usual playlist, it gets like a lot. Because I'm reading all the dialogue. So I like to put on like video game music in the background when I'm doing those. Because the ambience is like better. It's like it feels more like adventure than just having fucking Dua Lipa sing some shit in the background, right? And
God, if only there was a way that like the quests themselves had music associated with them.
oh yeah, like story.
You know, like if only there was a way that like in the game we were playing, they had music that played during these quests. Are you a coward? Are you afraid of RuneScape music too?
I don't play with audio in RuneScape, but
Of course you don't. These damn streamers.
I like RuneScape music, I do. But it gets very repetitive. The same song in the same area over and over and over and over again. And I'm losing my fucking mind because I'm a person who needs variety. I can't listen to the same shit. Like I hate like music like hardstyle or like things like that just the same shit over and over. Like it ruins my brain.
For 8
I just
hours.
can't.
Yep.
I just can't. I needed to like switch to something else. So yeah, no.
I really like listening to the music, and what sold me on the RuneScape music, especially when questing, was Dragon Slayer 2. And now that Michael's done it, I can just rave about it and like be excited. During the part after the boat crashes and you wake up and you're like, oh shit, you know, I got to do all this agility. The main title theme plays, like Scape main plays in the background. And I remember thinking that like this has got to have some absolutely like epic banger of a music track that plays, because this music has been pretty good so far. And it's slowly started to like build up, and I'm like, what the fuck? It's the main title theme? That's kind of lame. That's like such a shitty cop out. And then the more I did it, and I'm jumping over broken shit. I'm trying to navigate the ocean. I'm fighting dragons. I'm blocking fireballs. And the whole time, I'm like, okay, hold on. This is actually the hypest track they could have picked for this scene right here. And I will always play with RuneScape music on. I love it. I don't have it on right now because I'm recording, but like whenever I stream it or whenever I do stuff for the first time, I don't care, dude. I've heard the Inferno track so many thousands of times in my many attempts. I don't care. I'll listen to that shit all the time.
When you first started with the music thing, I thought you meant like the music would change like based on the story. Because I think that would be super cool. So like, let's take one of the new Varlamore quests, right? It's basically in one area, so it would just be the same soundtrack through the entire thing. But like, what if it was like, oh, you're reading a dialogue and something happens and it changes the music to a different vibe because of the things you did in game, so it makes it more like sense. That I would fucking love.
Yeah. If it were cutscene based, because there are a couple cutscenes in this game, but like not many. And the cutscenes that have audio, it's often the only time you'll ever hear it, which I think is neat. And if they did more of that, that would obviously be pretty cool. But, you know, alas, the limitations of the game's technology. But I don't know. I don't know if I'd want them to make music that isn't in the old school RuneScape sound font.
I do actually have a playlist that is only old school and RuneScape 3 soundtracks. And I made it because as a partner streamer, you can apply to be on the front page of Twitch. And I did that, not thinking that I would get through, but then they did let me through and said, hey, you will get a slot on the front page on this date. And I was like, holy shit. But they sent me a list. They were like, you have to be semi-PG, you have to not play copyrighted music. And I was like, fuck, because my whole playlist is just copyrighted music. So I made that playlist just for that day. So we were just playing RuneScape tunes the entire stream because we were on the front page of Twitch, which was really funny and really exciting.
That's cool.
But
that's really neat.
yeah, I was like scrambling the day before. I was like, oh, fuck, I did a playlist that's not copyrighted. Oh god. Like I could have just done in-game music, I guess, but I really just can't stand the same song over and over again. So I just made like a RuneScape playlist and we just listened to all the tunes, like RuneScape 3 ones, like the Inferno one, fucking banger.
Oh, it's so good.
There's a bunch of good tunes.
Do you remember way back in the day when like Twitch had such an issue with DMCA striking and like Universal Music or whatever it was, that people's clips and shit, like people were getting banned for all the stuff like years ago. having to like delete all my old clips felt so bad because they all had copyrighted music in them. Because I also just like listened to whatever playlist I was listening to on Spotify. And that was also around the time that like I can't sit here in silence waiting for people to start chatting because I only have like 5 viewers. I need to have some sort of music, but I don't know what is copyright free. And like Jagex tweeted something like, yeah, RuneScape music is always copyright free. Use it whenever. I don't give a shit. So I started just listening to the in-game music. I'm like, can't get me in trouble for this because I used to play a lot of Jurassic World Evolution, and the Jurassic Park theme is copyrighted. The Jurassic Park theme plays a lot in a Jurassic Park game. So I was constantly getting my streams and shit muted. So I'm like, this sucks, dude.
It does.
Like, I don't want to play without any background music. And I just started leaning heavily into the RuneScape stuff. I love the RuneScape sounds and the music. I absolutely love it.
Yeah. That's why everyone started like making sure that the music in their streams doesn't go to VODs. Because then they couldn't like, unless they caught you live doing it, because they did that for a while. They would like go around and catch people live playing copyrighted music.
That's so shitty.
Yeah, but after a while they were like, oh, if it's like proof in the VODs, then they will nuke them. So people just stopped using music in their VODs. So if you listen to any of my VODs or clips, there's no music. There's just my voice and the gameplay. Because then there was no proof of you doing it if they weren't there exactly when you were live. So that's why people split their audio up on Twitch, so they don't get caught.
I never figured out how to do that. How does that work when like sending clips over to Asterix? How does that work? Does he just get a bunch of quiet clips?
So
because I've also not really watched anything of yours on YouTube. I've known you've had it, but like I don't.
So people do it differently. Some people record in OBS like a different like gameplay footage with nothing on it and just sends that over. I just take my clips off Twitch and send to him. I literally just clip things, send a link. In like I make a spreadsheet and it's like, okay, we start with this, we then do this and this. So I just clip because I also use my live reaction in my YouTube videos, which is not something many YouTubers do in the RuneScape section actually. I've noticed that I am an anomaly on that one. If it's good or bad, I don't know. We'll see. I think maybe if I do a hardcore series, I will not do that. I will change back to more like a footage only. Yeah.
More traditional, yeah. Do you have your camera on in your videos or no?
Wait, what do you mean?
Like when you send the Twitch clips, is your camera like on at the bottom? Okay, so it's like truly you're just pulling stuff right off of Twitch.
But it's like no music or anything in it. Because I split my audio. You can do that easily in OBS. There's like a setting for it.
I'm dumb. Yeah. Low intelligence, low wisdom. Never figured that shit out. Stopped streaming after a while. I think after I broke up with the streamer that I was dating, I didn't meet her on Twitch. I met her in real life. We both just happened to do Twitch at the same time. When I broke up with her was around the time that the podcast started to get popular. And it was like, well, streaming feels kind of awkward. And I've also got this new thing that I'm working on. So I guess I'll just do everything for this new thing for a little while. And then the opportunity came up to stream again where it like wasn't as awkward. And I'm like, damn, I could stream or I could just like sit in a voice call with like 5 of my friends, you know? I don't have to worry about like putting clothes on or like being social. I can just like sit there and runecraft in silence while they talk about, you know, whatever, or just like watch them do chambers in silence. This is great. And now I have fallen off of streaming. I think the only time I've had a big stream in the last year is when Varlamore came out. And I just jumped into the Coliseum and was just, people were watching me get my shit kicked in the whole time. It was an experience.
Yeah, I don't think I've banned more people than when I was learning Inferno. Like, that was a rough time.
Oh, that's got to be bad.
Like, I have a little bit of anger issues, but it only comes forward if people are being annoying. I have a very short fuse for things like that, people being stupid or annoying. So when you do an Inferno grind and you decide to learn everything on Twitch, not look up any guides, just listen to Twitch chat, that's a bad idea. Very, very bad idea, because there are a bunch of people who only watches Inferno streams. only watches Inferno stream, nothing else, and they will
Oh,
pile
gosh.
to your stream. They will pile to any streamer who's learning Inferno and just sit there and be like, you should be doing this, and you should be like, why are you not? And it's like, ugh.
It's infuriating because be honest with me. How well could you explain one tick alternating on Twitch? How well do you think you could explain how to one tick alternate in a Twitch chat without being in VC? How well could you explain setting up a range mage blob stack on like wave 59?
It's
how,
hard.
How could you explain that in a Twitch
Especially
chat?
when you don't
like how
know.
do you what do you think you are doing to contribute to my Inferno experience right now? Because I can promise you're not explaining it in a way where it's like, if we're in VC together, or I'm here with like I said, our resident GM, he helped me through the Inferno so much.
Yeah.
A handful of people helped me through the Inferno, right? But when I would occasionally stream it on Twitch, and people would be like, "Oh yeah, just step out one TA," I'm like, "What the f does that
Yeah,
mean?"
like you don't know
Like-
what things are. Like after a while, I had like 2 or 3 people who I knew, like that was regulars, that I knew was very good at the game. So I trust, like I would ask questions and they would answer the questions. They wouldn't like say shit unless I asked, right? And they would actually give like genuinely good advice. But then you have those people who like, and most of the people doesn't even have an Inferno cape. They just have seen like some big streamer do it, and then they think they know how to do it. And then they come in and be like, oh, you should be using this thing. And I'm like, why? And they're like, I don't know, I saw Mr. Mammal do it. And I'm like, shut up, you don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah. Why don't you have an Ellie? Why aren't you using
Yeah.
an Ellie? Are you gonna give me a bill to bring one? Which is funny because I actually got my Infernal cape because my friends got so annoyed about how much I was milking it. I got to Zuck like maybe 4 times with my Bofa. Like I spent my cash stack and bought like a Justy helm, you know? So like they were just getting annoyed with me milking it, getting to Zuck and like just dying over
Yeah.
and over again. That like one day while Jesse, our grandmaster, was maxing his account, he was like, I'm not using any of it. Take all of it. Full Missouri, Tebow, one of our buddies, Immortal, gave me an Ellie. I got an Eldritch at the time because it had the cool prayer
hell yeah.
spec or whatever. And now with the 4 rune pouch, it was like, or the 4 slot rune pouch, it was so fun to use, you know, because like the Eldritch goes so hard that I think it took me maybe 97-ish attempts with Bofa to get to Zuck 4 times. It took me maybe like 15 more with absolute max to like get it done. And people would just be like, where's this? Where's this? I'm like, dude, I can't
Yeah.
afford it. Like the Bofa that I have in my hand, I got as a drop from the regular gauntlet. I don't have the bank value to like put this shit forward. But I did. I didn't want to for a long time. I really just wanted to do it myself because I'm like, I can't have anyone be talking shit about how like you couldn't get your cape without so and so's help. I didn't want that. And then eventually, the GM sat me down and were like, "Here's the deal: shut the hell up, take the Tebow, get the cape." I'm like,
Okay, nice.
okay.
Yeah, my
That's pretty much how that
my
went.
first Inferno cape was on my main account with a Tebow and Armadillo because Masori was not thing then, like TOA wasn't out. And well, it took me like 85 attempts to do it. I think I was at suck 3, 4, 5 times or something. And
7 for me. It took me
yeah, I
7
don't remember.
Zucks.
It was a bunch at least, but like I learned it all on Twitch with people in my chat. I didn't do any attempts off stream. I just sent it on Twitch, everything for
Oh
content.
gosh.
And
That's gotta be horrible. The Inferno mindset when you are
like,
you
what
are
do you
in the
think? I
trenches of
banned
learning
everyone
the
in my
Inferno.
chat because they were pissing me off.
Oh my god! But like that feeling of wake up, go to work,
Yeah.
come home, eat dinner. You have to then go live on Twitch to jump straight into the red prison.
Yep.
Only for some 1900 total level Twitch Andy shitter to go, haha,
Exactly.
you died on wave 63.
Exactly.
There's a hole in my table, motherfucker, because of your dumbass comment. Send me the IGN. Send it to me. If there is not, because this is before like you had to get like 2 KC to get ranked. or whatever, if I don't see the number 2, you're out of here.
Yeah, like I just.
And even if
threw
I
out
see the number
people.
2, if it's less than 5, you keep buying, bitch. Like just a level of anger. Because on the flip side, if you're doing it all on Twitch, you can't take a day off. Because what question do you get, Potato?
Yeah, like
How's the
when
Inferno
Inferno, where's your cape? You know.
Yeah, what? Why aren't you?
Well,
in
that's kind of
Inferno?
why I
How's the
started doing
going?
Inferno, because people were like, max cheesecake, max cheesecake, and I was like, okay, fine, I'll fucking do it. So
I've tried. There are a couple holdouts who are okay with the max cheesecake, despite how many times you say, "Damn,
Yeah.
You'll never get me, Oxie.
one of
It will
these things is not
never
like the other."
Get me.
no, but like I have a
I think
regular
we're gonna get you
viewer
on the GIM.
that made a shitty joke at the wrong time, and I banned him for 3 months during the Inferno grind, and then I unbanned him, and he's still in my chat to this day. I forgot I banned him. There was another streamer who was like, yeah, he was in my chat saying that I still banned, and I was like, oh shit, I forgot to unban him. It's been like 3 months, so I unbanned him.
Insane.
He still hangs out sometimes. So yeah, it just pissed me off at the wrong time. But yeah, so I was like really excited. Like after I got my first cape, I was like, oh, I can definitely do this on an ultimate Ironman. Like I knew, but I was like prepared to do a Bofa cape at that point, right? But then I spooned a Tivo on the UIM, so I didn't have to do a Bofa cape. I was like so in the mindset, like, okay, we're gonna do a Bofa cape on this one. So I did it with a T-bow and crystal armor and a master wand. So
Bofa's really not
it's
that
not
bad.
as accurate as
That could be the Stockholm syndrome in me talking, because it, honest to God, took me like 100 attempts with a Bofa to get as far as I did. But like, damn, it ain't that bad. It could be worse. It could be ACB Infernal Cape.
Yeah, I've never done a crossbow cape. I've
And-
only done T-bow capes because I'm lucky to get one.
Yeah, no, I won't do an ACB cape. ZCB might be fun. The shadow capes look fun. Have you seen those?
I've seen someone doing it during leagues, but not in main game.
Nah, the main game shadow capes are interesting, because like if you pray correctly, it's a
Well,
joke,
Inferno
'cause
is
the shadow
literally
hits
that.
everything.
Just pray correctly, and you don't take damage. That's
Well, that's every piece of content in the game if you think about it. But like, you know, when you're in full Missouri, that's relatively tanky.
Yeah.
You know, like you can take a range hit, you can take a blob hit. You know, when you're in Ancestral, that's basically made out of paper.
True.
Right? Like, you miss a flick and you are.
at least you won't miss
So-
the nibblers. Like, surely not if you're full mage. Like in one hit every time.
You'd think, surely not. But nibblers are just annoying, dude.
Sorry, I just saw chaos.
Michael's just sitting
Yeah, I
here
just
waiting
saw
for
that.
the skilling portion of this setting while these two yap about the Inferno. I think we can get Michael to do the Inferno on his GIM. I think if enough pressure is applied, and if we get him far enough in his GIM, he will start to go, all right, maybe I can do it. Because right now he's not going to do it because he doesn't think he can do it. Once he gets to the point where he believes he can do the Inferno, I think there's going to be a brain worm in his head, and he's going to start. And then once he takes that first bite, when Michael gets in there, when he finally gets a Bofa, and he finally gets Rigor, and he finally has full Crystal, when Michael gets in there without really trying and makes it to like wave 47, he's going to go, holy shit, you guys, I think I can actually do the Inferno. And then we'll have him. He'll be fucking trapped.
I mean, it's happening with
And
Gauntlet.
then Michael will get an Inferno.
It's happening
cape.
with the Gauntlet right now. So I'm not going to tell you you're
it's,
wrong.
It's a pipeline,
but, like,
Michael. It's a pipeline.
I don't care about the max Infernal Cape. I'm never going to be pressured
Nah, but-
enough to care. You can call me a max
You'll
cheesecaper.
pressure-
I don't
You'll
give
pressure
a shit.
yourself.
Oh my god.
You start to get comfortable at chambers. You start to get comfortable running head. And then by the rings, you have a Deathless Theater of Blood in your hand. You have 10 Deathless Tobs on your hand. You have a Tob Purple in your name. You're getting comfortable with Corrupted Gauntlet. You finally killed Fazani's Nightmare. What's next? What's the next challenge? Whatever. I guess I'll just watch a guide. I don't even have to. It doesn't matter. I'm going to die. Oh, shit. I'm all ready to majors? I think I can do this. And then you're in. Then you're not coming out. Everybody who has a cape here can tell you that's exactly how it's gonna work. We're gonna get you one day, Michael. We're gonna get you.
The funny
Maybe-
thing is, like, I used to be a skiller. Like, way back. So,
Yeah, we know. You bought membership to cut use and free to play back in the day.
but, like, the point is, like, skiller, like, it's just, like, a little sniff of PVM and you're there, you know? Like, then you're in it.
Oh, Michael's already in it. He's been doing chambers. He's been getting comfortable in Corrupted Gauntlet. We got to get you good at Akka and TOA. Once we get you good at Akka and Wardens, you're going to be a TOA bot.
Yeah, I like
'Cause
TOA.
You need that fang. You need that
but
light bearer.
I don't like that. I don't have the gear for TOA, so
As I say, you don't like doing TOA without someone who has a shadow. We got to get you to that point.
Sammy Trip.
Well,
Gears,
you'll get
Gears
there.
says Sammy Trip.
Oh, baby.
Honestly, that's probably my biggest holdback. Is like I don't like taking the Karis Partisan main handing that the whole time. It just it doesn't feel good.
It's bad. The whip and the,
The whip and the
Karis are
Karis.
so bad.
Get me out of there,
TOA.
dude.
Looking at the DPS calcs for something like Baba, they're so bad.
Get me out. No. I'm focused on other things. Maybe Inferno, maybe not. If it's for a status symbol, I will never do it. But if it's legitimately that is the next challenge, that's the next thing that I tackle. I've done everything else. Let's go kill Zuck. Sure. But you will never convince me that I'm lesser because I have a max cape with a fire cape. I don't
Look at this
care.
noob. What the f***? No, I'm joking.
I think what so when I always say, because I always say in the show that like it's never been about the max hit. It's never been. It never will be about the max hit. You know, you don't care about the max hit with the Infernal Cape when you're going for it. It's so much more than that. It's proof to other players, but it's proof to yourself that you deserve to be in the end game, right? And I think when you get there, when you think I need this, then you'll understand this, like, because I know Potato can see it. I know Chaos Claire can see it. I know Fear can see it. Who else is in this VC with me right now? I ain't going to call anybody else out yet. Jack will be able to see it here soon. Or maybe he won't. You guys will never know.
He'll never get it.
Yeah, Jack won't get his Infernal Cape. I won't celebrate.
Does Jack
that.
even remember? I don't think he's.
I don't think
Does
Jack
he
has
log in?
membership, actually. Jack's GIM doesn't have membership, and he's only going to play for 2 hours a week during bingo. Can you believe that? Can you believe Jack would sign up for bingo and not even be able to play on his free-to-play UIM group?
Oxie's
Ironman
gonna
that doesn't have any
cry when
items?
I.
That's crazy.
You were gonna
dude.
cry when I draft Jack just for the memes.
No,
Just
no,
for
I
the
won't.
memes.
No, I won't. Because then Jack won't play. Jack's a sleeper agent. He knows.
Oh my God. He only plays
I'll
if
just say the word and
you
suddenly-
draft him.
I was gonna say, I'll just say the
Potato
word.
is
and suddenly
so
we'll be busy
confused
that
right now.
week.
I am
That
very
we're just like
confused.
bragging on this guy. Oxie downplays this guy's account because he wants to draft him, and if he talks him up too much,
Ah.
he'll be a known good player. That's like he's got draft worthy.
I
So
see.
Oxie always downplays his achievements. Like, nah, I don't think Jack
He's-
got 99 Slayer this week. He definitely didn't get 99 Slayer. Jack got 99 Slayer. So
He had a main for a while, and he's still very good at chambers, but he had a main with like all the mega weapons and all that. Got hacked, lost everything. Started a GIM that was like an absolute shitter status for such a long time, and leading up to I think fall bingo maybe. He kept messaging me like he's doing quests, he's doing this. He's like, I want to be drafted by you. I gotta be bingo ready. I'm like, all right, dude. Like, sure. Got him like later, and then he ended up being like his account was way farther along than what we thought, because his grinding and the combination of like the group mates that were helping him out, he was on this account that like shouldn't be doing as well, but it was still run by a guy who had like 700 chambers, Casey. So like he knew, and then now he's one of the band members. You know, we got to get the band back together every
Hell
year.
yeah.
But unfortunately, his account he keeps doing shit, and his groupies keep doing shit. So I have to convince people that he's not doing shit, because we got to keep the band together.
gotta keep his bingo
no.
stock down.
Bingo stock has to be as low as possible for a good handful of people in bingo for me. Because I love meeting new people, but I also love playing with the same people. You know?
Can't
You know
have
what
your
I'm
cake and
saying?
eat it too. Sorry.
When you run everything about bingo, you absolutely can. You just have to do a little. You have to play some mind games.
I don't think so. I my strategy every bingo, I I've had a different co-captain, I think, every single bingo. And the only person I've ever drafted every single time is Jordy. And at this point, it's been like 5 bingos. So it's a tradition. I have to draft Jordy at some point. But I think every single bingo, I've tried to get a good mixture of like people I don't know and people I haven't played with that I do know. It's never really like, gotta get the band back together. I'm just trying to have fun and meet new people. Use bingo to like branch out into the community, not draft the same 15 people every single time. Looking at you, Oxie.
Listen, the band knows who they are at this point. And they also know that if I can't draft you, it was not personal. It just simply was not how the draft shook out. But given the choice, y'all know. You guys know. Potato, we've been yapping quite a bit about our bingos. They're an exciting time for us. A lot of shit goes on, and it's always a lot of fun.
Yeah, we also have some bingo lore in our communities here and there. We have
So we need
milking a cow tile lore that was like a whole fucking thing.
What?
So one of our bingos, I think it's like a year ago now at least, we tried to make it more beginner friendly, fun bingo. So we had some tiles that were just like find item spawns in the game and take screenshots with them, or like, you know, do this mini game, or like just like a fun row on the bingo board, addition to everything else that usually is on bingos, right? So I made a tile that I thought was like very fun, but then it turned out to be traumatic for everyone in the bingo. So the tile was simply take a group photo with everyone on your team while one of them is milking a cow. Well, turns out when you have teams of 8 in all different time zones, getting everyone online for one fucking photo is impossible. Like, there were people waking up at 3 a.m. and then one person didn't show up, and it like split the team apart, and there were like arguments, and it was like a whole like PTSD tile.
Oh gosh.
And next bingo, people were like, no more milking cows. So it became like a bingo, a lore meme, that the cow milking tile, and everyone just like goes into despair thinking about it.
I love bingo lore. That's so good.
100%. I would, if I were you, I would be a diabolical bitch, and I would tease bingo tiles, and just call it like the mooing or something like that, like the return of the milk or something, and just tease the idea that like I'm gonna make you fuckers do
And
it
people
again.
are just like,
Don't,
crying.
because we have also, like, we've tried so hard to like get something with all of your team, but like we got 26 teams of 17 people apiece. There is no way we can get everybody online for a screenshot.
yeah.
There's no way we can get everybody to validate that. Like TMD, one of our other mods in the server, he really wanted a call your mom tile. He really wanted a like tile that you just show that your teammate like called your mom, or like somebody mom adjacent in your life. And we're like, TMD, how are we going to validate 20 people? Just like iPhone screenshots? Like, what do you want? Like, how's that
It's
going to
just
work?
a free tile at that point.
It basically is. If like we have a couple of tiles that are like historically like free tiles, but
Yeah, we wanted to
know.
make like
They're
a
fun.
shower tile, but we were also like, how the fuck do we validate that? You know, like,
you open yourself
no.
up to some weird content right there.
yeah.
Like you open yourself up to like just a screenshot like neck up of me with shampooing my hair going.
Yeah, there would probably be some other screenshots too that couldn't be too good. But we also had a tile that traumatized my moderators. We made one called the Alphabet Challenge, which sounded really fun until you realize everyone needs to do 28 screenshots per team for the alphabet, and no one was doing it alone. So it was like 2 screenshots from one person, 2 screenshots from one person. one random there, some duplicates there. My moderators was like crying and begging me to never do a tile like that again, because there were so many teams and so many screenshots, and it took them forever to look through everything. So
That is.
Do you guys have your captains do that?
no, I have a moderator team that does that, and then
Yo, the
captains
best
are just in
advice.
charge. Captains are just in charge of like making sure the screenshots look correct for their team.
Best advice we can give is like when we changed from the mod team doing all the screenshots to the captain submitting screenshots, changed our lives. Because we're running 400 to 500 people events. So there's no way that 2 or 3 of us can do anything on that scale. So it changed our lives and we'll never turn back, never go back.
Yeah, we might have to do that.
I know you didn't ask, but if you want literally any of our bingo documentation, we can just send
Secret
it to you.
documents?
We can send you. I don't know. So we have a data team. Who one guy, Tiki, he's been the guy making all the puzzles for you guys. He does all the wise old man stuff. Any automation, any Discord stuff, Tiki can take care of that. And then Rune guy, he does all the spreadsheet work. So we have some incredible spreadsheets, and we track like every trackable metric in game. We track during bingo. Like it's crazy. Like looking back and saying like who got the most EHB per team throughout the whole week. Like it's so fun. Our spreadsheets are admittedly too complicated for me to explain because I don't even know how they work. But like that idea that like there's just a different page for every team and the captains are the ones responsible for uploading the drops for their own team, right? Like that. Oh man, it's so nice because it frees you guys up too. Like I imagine you're also in charge of doing this.
Yeah, I do most of the work, but I have some tech guys that are really good. We have one guy who made a bingo bot that made it very nice last time. So people would submit into the bot, and then it would collect everything into one channel. So the admins just use a command, and they would see every screenshot and then click approve or deny. So they can just do that in succession through all the screenshots, which was really nice.
That's neat.
That's pretty good. I'm not gonna lie. That's a pretty good solution.
only
If that's still something that you guys do.
The only issue was that the bingo bot is very new and he made it himself. So the first bingo there was some like a few errors that we had to like correct. And as you know, for bingo, some people are super fucking impatient and can't wait 5 minutes for us to not approve their screenshot, or they will like
Ban them.
put their hand through a wall.
God.
So it was just like a bunch of like, okay, please be patient, we're having some technical issues. And they're like, it's been 15 minutes since I submitted my screenshot, like why am I not seeing the tick? It's like, oh, please, for the love of God.
We ran a skill tree bingo about a year ago. Because every fall we do a gimmicky bingo. And the skill tree bingo had so many people flood to the sheet at the same time because somebody insisted we open bingo the moment bingo started. Mumpty ass. We're never doing that again. An hour before, like God intended. Because we hide the board until the event starts. We had so many people flood to that sheet that it just crashed. And for the first hour and a half of the event, we could not pull up the fucking drop sheet. So people were like, what about this tile? What do we do? Like, this just looks like Hydra. Does it have other stuff? We're like, oh my God. We have to use like offline copies of shit that we saved. And I spent the first hour of that bingo just like, I couldn't even play. I just spent the first hour helping people through it. But I will say, like, allowing captains to do shit on their own, like, especially like assuming the captains are people that you know and trust. Yeah. Right? Like, you're not just like picking a random
We've
Twitch
had that
viewer
before,
who's been there for a
like
minute.
random captains. So that wouldn't really work that well. But yeah.
Well, are they random captains that like other people can vouch for? Like we have captains from other communities of people that we know and are like, okay, I know that you know this person really well. So.
No, we just did like sign up and then, do you want to be a captain? Yes or no? And then we would pick the people who were first, pretty much.
So what did the captains do? Just like draft the teams, get people motivated?
Sometimes we would have them draft a team. Sometimes I would make the teams to make them more balanced. And they just are in charge of like double checking the screenshots for their team. But it's like at the end of the day, the admins have to see as well, so they can't just like throw in a bunch of garbage.
I would
But
just for laughs consider
yeah,
maybe
Maybe
having
we'll
them
give it a
have more
go.
responsibility because like you have so much more
Oh,
time
yeah.
to play bingo if that happens. Like I know what it's like for the team to be like, all right, Oxie, we need you at Theater of Blood. I'm like, that's crazy. They need me in the sheets. Like I need to update teams 12 through 17. Like I can't. You guys, I'm gonna AFK woodcutting. Good
yeah,
luck.
we
I've
had
been
like
there.
a funny incident. So one of the bingos went really well, but the only thing people really complained about was that they didn't see the scores fast enough. On one hand, we were like, "Fuck him!" Like you'll get the score at the end anyway. But on the other end, we were like, "Okay, maybe we can try and make it quicker." So the next bingo, we tried to make it like update quicker. But what happened was that Wise Old Man website contacted us and was like, "Hey, you guys are grabbing so much data so fast, you're fucking us over on the website here. Can you like fucking chill?" And we're like, "We're sorry." So we had to like tone it down because we were pulling so much that we were like refreshing the servers too much, and they
Holy
literally
cow.
they literally contacted us and was like, "Excuse me, but what the fuck are you guys doing?" And I'm
I wonder
like,
if we've ever had that happen.
We have that same problem. We have that same problem every single year. We don't have that problem because Tiki handles it. Because Tiki knows what Wise Old Man can handle.
Gotcha.
Because every year what we have happen is like we'll do XP tiles. Like XP tiles are almost always a given because A, it gives a diversity in content, and B, it gives something for the AFK
Yeah.
people to do. Like you can't come to Tob, but you can AFK shooting stars at work.
Exactly.
Cool. Like you're still contributing. When people's XP does not update, I think ours updates like once an hour or something. It'll be like a world-ending panic. People will be like, I think we hit 1.5 million. Like I've calculated it, we're at 1.5 million. Why does my old man say we're only at 1.1 million? What time is it? Well, it's 2:42. Why doesn't it say we need our points, guys? We need to move on to the next? It's like,
yeah, people take it
holy
way
shit.
too seriously. Like literally just wait. And like I understand that if it's a week long and you know you have finished a grind and you want to make sure that it's ticked off before you go do something else and it doesn't get answered in like 2 days. I can understand the panic. Like it's been 2 days, but like just wait an hour at least or two. Like yeah, just go do something else
And that's-
on the board.
And that's the beauty of having the guys help us in the ways that they do, right? Is like, it never takes more than a day. It never takes more than a couple of hours to resolve an issue, right? Like, Wise Old Man not updating fast enough is intentional, so we don't
Yeah.
break Wise Old Man, so we don't break our shit. Like, you just have to wait till the top of the hour. I promise it's logged properly, right? The spreadsheet breaks, and a Rune guy gets in there and starts tinkering with shit and everything within an hour, boom, it's fixed. We don't have any issues, right? Funny enough, the people who drag their ass the most oftentimes are us, the people who like are in charge of it. But we have a whole bunch of new like event planners now, and ideally they're gonna know everything about the bingo long before it starts. Because we usually keep everything pretty close to our chest, but like I want to show these guys how we do it and like how not like the right way to run a bingo, but like what we have found to be the most effective when running an event at the scale of like right now we have like 35 captains, so there'd be 35 teams with a 500 player amount ish. Like that's a
lot of people.
lot of fucking
A lot of
people to
moving
manage.
parts.
So a lot of moving parts. Just what we found to be the most effective.
How big is
So,
how big was your last bingo? I think Otis had asked that, and I was also curious.
I don't think we usually get more than like 60, 70 people, so it's quite manageable with a small team.
Oh man,
oh, that's such a beautiful
Yeah,
size for a
That's
bingo.
very nice.
Oh, that's immaculate.
not that I want that, but I want
8
that.
teams of 8
Yeah.
players.
I want
Oh.
that.
It's like 8 of 8, and it's like we do the draft live on Twitch. Simple. Put it in, send it.
I think I just need to like join a create content creators bingo and just to see what it feels like to be a player, because I've not done any bingo but our own. I think I maybe have did one bingo in the old Vikings.
The Vikings.
But dude, that was
Oh,
like
man, that
3
was a
years
long
ago.
time ago.
And I didn't even really
I've
participate.
done I've done bingos with like PVM groups that are smaller, like Raids Bank, and then I joined a bingo. I'm sure you've seen like Baby Grim
Yeah.
on Twitter. I joined a bingo with her end of the community for a streamer, and I gave so many suggestions of like, hey, these are potential loopholes. These are potential holes in the plan. Maybe look at this. Like, hey, I can make you guys a spreadsheet in like 10 minutes if you want. Like, they came to Grim, who is the captain at the time of our team, and said, we're really concerned about that Oxie guy you drafted. You need to shut him up because we're convinced he's going to cheat.
What?
We are convinced. He keeps telling us about how, like, you realize someone can do this. You realize this isn't, like, trackable. He's telling us about all this stuff that, like, I don't care about. That, like, well, there was, like, one of the rules was, like, you can't venge other
Why?
with your alt. You can't use an alt to
Okay.
venge other. And I thought, all right, so here's a question for you. Are you going to track the magic XP of every single
can't
known
track that.
alt to prove that that was true? You can.
Yeah,
you
but
have
it's
to
like
get
a
the
lot of
people
hassle.
to submit the names of their alts and then submit their wise old man, so you could, or look them up on wise old man, so you could track their mage XP and know that they weren't doing it, and know they weren't cheating.
But you
right?
could just have a friend do it.
I don't
like
care.
a friend is not an alt. I could just have you come and
Yeah, a friend
venge
isn't
me.
an alt.
Yeah.
Like you're not
But
my
like
alt.
they were so concerned that I was looking for ways to manipulate and cheat the bingo that I would never do it
we
ever.
always just say no services and no alting, and just people just like, it's like an honor code kind of thing.
Yeah, like at a smaller
Yeah.
level, right? You can at a smaller scale you
Yeah.
can do that. On our scale,
It's
unfortunately,
harder.
it's kind of impossible. But like when you have a bingo of like 60 players, like hey, just like don't use
Yeah,
alts.
just for this bingo, just
know?
don't use alt.
But,
Like,
like-
you can use your bingo
but, like,
friends
what
to
does-
help you out, but you can't alt.
But the rules were so
Yeah.
specific. It was like you can't use an alt to scale chambers. You can't use an alt to scout in the wilderness. And we're like, how the fuck are you gonna track this? And they literally thought I was gonna cheat. And when Grim told me that, I was like on the floor laughing. I was like, dude, I am 9 bingos deep in a community that is 100 times the size of this one. With all due respect, I don't want to cheat. I want it to make sure that other
Yeah.
people don't cheat.
Yep.
Have you
Like-
seen my resume?
I've seen this shit.
We've had
Ask me how I know this shit doesn't
we've
work.
had
Ask
those
me how
rules
I know.
before. Like my last bingo had those rules as well. Like no alting, no like someone asked like, can you track this? I'm like, no, but I just trust you not to do it for this one because this is a social low level bingo and we're just chilling and it's fine. But like I have said in the future that we might allow it for the next bingo. Next bingo we can say go all out, go crazy. But that one was very specific, like low level bingo for like no one's gonna alt Arachnis unless you're like a sweaty pet
Yeah.
hunter nerd, right? So it's like just keep it fair for the new guys, right? That was like kind of the thing. But
Yeah.
like I can understand
But-
that.
but also,
you
like-
can't track it. Like you have to be like you need like a fucking FBI team to like track down everyone and monitor everyone during the bingo too. Actually,
Yeah, and then also you don't have the name of my
exactly.
alt. You don't know what my alt is called. How do you know? Like my alt right now is a mid-game GIM who can't even cast Vengeance. Like it's not relevant. But like when you talk about alting, like when I think you're not allowed to alt, you're not allowed to like dolo.
Yeah,
Like that to me is alting. Like doloing is kind of against the rules.
of course, buying services like mega scales.
Buying services, like buying corp boosting is against the rules. Like paying for TOB completions, like anything that is normally illegal isn't allowed. But like, you know, hey, I'm going to use my alt to stand outside the Venenatus cave because we need to get a full Void Waker. That to me doesn't feel illegal. That's just quality of life, right? Like that type of thing when I think alting doesn't ever come to mind. Or at least it hasn't in the last several bingos that we've done, but I don't know. I've played in some other events before that are for the most part pretty fun. But it's, you know, Dean came back and said, y'all are still here. We have been yapping for quite a while. Like I said, I do apologize for keeping you up.
Yeah, we should probably try and wrap it up soon. It's getting close to midnight.
It's close to midnight. All right. Well, then, in the vein of keeping things in a timely fashion, we are about to come to the end of the show. But as you XP wasters know, and as Potato is about to find out, we cannot end this show without a fun question.
Oh shit.
Now, Potato told me she had a fun question prepared. So, Potato, do you have a fun question for us?
Why do you do this to me?
I do it to every guest, and it's funny every single time.
Oh, it's good.
So the fun question section is exactly what it sounds like. Pick a question. It
Oh,
could be
shit.
RuneScape related. It could be not
Is it
RuneScape
to you
related.
guys or is it to the
It's
listeners?
to us.
It's to us. The three of us will
Oh.
give an answer for whatever the fun question is. You can think about it off the dome, or if you're like, that's a lot of work on the spot, we have fun questions from viewers that we could ask as well. Or do one fun question, and then we're going to head on home, because everybody knows that come hell or high water, this show will always end with the fun question. Death, taxes, and the fun question of XP.
I see. That's interesting. We can go a lot of routes here. We could go like super weird. We could go like RuneScapey. We could go.
It is. The ball is entirely in your court.
Oh, this is like awful. Like, why would you do this to people? Like, I could probably come up with like 10 fun questions if you told me last night, but here we are, right?
It's way more fun to tell you now. and like, that's the beauty of the fun question. You don't got to think too hard about it. You know, it doesn't have to be the perfect question. Just bam,
Would
off the
you-
dome. What are we talking about?
Would you stop playing RuneScape forever if someone offered you $10 million US?
That's a good question because there is a number. What is it? 10 million.
Someone said we've had this one. What the Okay, who is it? I'll take them out. I'll find them.
I think for 10 million I would. Because that's life changing. I can find another video game. Like that you put that in a high yield savings account, you could just live off interest. Like you're set. I'd do it for 10 million. Anything less though, probably not. And my wife would kick me in the butt for that. She's like, we could get $1 million to stop playing RuneScape. Yeah, babe, but like, I'll run out in like a year. Then what am I gonna do?
I gotta level with you.
Oh.
I don't think I would.
Oh shit.
10
Hear me
million
out,
US
right?
dollars.
You're
I'm
you're
hearing
gonna
you out.
offer me no. All right. So let's talk about money in the grand scheme of things. Have you guys seen the comparison of 1 million grains of rice versus 1 billion grains of
It's
rice?
Yeah.
atrocious. Yeah.
Like 1 million seconds is like 11 days. 1 billion seconds is like 35 years or something like that.
I think it's
Right? Like
way more
that
than
level
that.
of difference.
Like thousands of years.
But in any case, I don't. It's not
Huh?
that long. I think it's like 30 something years. Because 1 million seconds is only like a couple of days, 2 weeks maybe.
Oh.
I think. I don't know though. But when talking in the grand scheme of like now we have money. Now we are like rich. You know, when you get to be that level of wealthy, the only thing you can't afford is time with people. 10 million is not that level of super rich. 10 million is not mega mansions and super fast cars. 10 million is like a house that's maybe 500K. And like if you're budgeting properly, you know, you got a lake house maybe, you got some fun toys, you got some fun cars, but nothing like you're not driving like a, you know, like what's the like a Porsche something. You need to buy like 10 Porsches in order to be able to like order this car, right? You're not driving anything like that. You're not living that kind of lifestyle. You know, I think with 10 million, especially with the way things are now in the world, you're probably set for life, right? You're probably set for life. But at the same time, you're not wealthy enough in my eyes that like it's worth it to sacrifice a community and the level of connection you have with this game. Because I talk about this with RuneScape all the time, right? It's not just a point and click MMO where, you know, we like see number go up and that good and that make caveman brain happy. We don't continue to play this game if there's not a social connection. You just don't. You know, like the people, I know that we all know people here, whether it's, you know, me, Michael, Potato, or any of you guys listening. We all know people who we used to talk to all the time. And then they stopped playing RuneScape. And we haven't talked to them in years. Right? Because they've just fallen off. Like, this is the thing that we do. Because you have seen how the game and the community will go on without people. The same will be said when you stop playing RuneScape. And I don't think $10 million is enough to sacrifice the level of connection I have with people. You know? Because what am I going to do when I see this shit in the mirror every day? You know, like that's not going away. My Zulrah tattoo isn't going away. Your kick-ass farmer rock golem isn't going away.
That is true.
Hold on.
I was watching the streams while she was drawing that. That turned out so fucking good.
That's cool.
That tattoo is so cool.
It's very cool.
But like what happens at that point? When you catch yourself in the mirror out of a shower and you see a tattoo of a game that you're no longer allowed to play because you took $10 million, is it worth it at that point? I don't think it is. Like if it were $10 billion, where like I could start buying up plots of land for the Oxie Natural History Foundation and single-handedly shape legislation in the United States to like, let's not kill the planet anymore. Let's stop kids from getting hurt in the way that they are. If I had that level of money, absolutely, sure, I'll stop playing RuneScape because realistically, I don't even have time. But for 10 million, I don't know, dude. I don't think 10 million does it for me. What about you, Potato? Do you stop for 10 million?
No.
No?
I'm too deep in the sauce.
What number gets you out of the sauce?
I don't think I have a number because I'm a person that's very content with living off the amount I have right now. I don't have anything that I want in terms of like things I can buy. I don't really care about fancy clothes or cars or things like that. I'm just vibing, doing my thing. Mm-hmm. So, like, yeah, money's great and you do need a certain amount of money to live comfortably. But I have that with my 3 jobs, right? Like, even just with my IT job, I would live comfortably, like, the rest of my life. So it's like, I have a house, I own this property, I have a nice man who loves me, I hope, and...
What do you mean, you hope, dog?
I know.
Get him
I
on
have
the
a job,
phone. We don't have a word with
I have a car, like, I have what I need to live comfortably, and other than that, it's just... It's all about what I do now.
Question.
All about hobbies, all about having fun.
Question. In this made-up scenario, can I play games that are like RuneScape? Can I play Brighter Shores when it comes out?
Yes.
Can I play RuneScape 3? Like, is it specific
not
to...
Not RuneScape 3, because RuneScape, but...
But it's not RuneScape.
But...
It's not old school
But it is RuneScape. No, but I said RuneScape, so it's like anything RuneScape franchise, RuneScape.
Jagex
but
makes it
anything...
can't play it.
Yeah.
I really think 10 million for me would do it. Because if you put
But
that,
like,
if you
at
make
the-
some investments, you could, I could probably maintain my current, like quality of life and my current how I live currently with the money that I make. I could probably maintain that just on like return on investment and stuff, which I think would be fine.
I feel like this question is really fun because it depends on people's living situation.
It does, yeah.
Like if you ask someone without a job, they might want to take that because, you know, they might need the money. Me, very stable life, got what I need. I don't really need money anymore. Like I'm just having fun. Of course I don't need it because I value the social stuff I have higher than the money.
True.
So it's like
Don't get me wrong. I would like more money.
Oh, yeah,
for what
everyone
I
likes
do.
money.
I don't think I get
I don't
paid
need
enough
it,
to
but
stop
I love
people
it.
from dying on a regular basis. I think I could probably double, maybe triple my salary for my time and mental effort that goes into that. But like when I first moved here, somebody in the town I moved to won the Michigan lottery, and they won. It was like a $1.1 billion pot.
Oh,
And in Michigan, when you take the cash out option, they give you like, I don't know, like 60% right there if you take the cash option, or you get like 80% if you take the long-term 20-year option. If you took the cash out option, this guy was looking at like $670 million. If I go from my job right now, I work in the therapy field, making a low to mid-range salary for what I do at an institution that could pay me a lot more. If you handed me 670 mil, I don't even know what the fuck I would do with that kind of money. Even with like 10 million, like I would probably get a nicer car that like has power steering and doesn't have 215,000 miles on it. I might move into a house that I don't like actually, I can own a house, not like rent an apartment. You know, there are some things I would probably spend. I don't even foresee myself spending more than $1 million on items. Like, am I paying off the student loans of literally every single person I've ever met in my entire life? Absolutely, 100%. I'll just like pay them right there. Fuck the interest. We're going to pay the loans off immediately because that's a crutch on people, especially over here with private student loans.
You can buy medical debt for pennies on the dollar. I would do that 100%. I would just buy people's medical debt. That sounds like so much fun.
But even then, that's not 670 mil in your pocket worth of money. So like once you are at the point where like I'm relatively comfortable with what I have right now, would I like more money to do other wacky, whimsical things? Yeah. But if you bumped my salary up to $1 million a year, I don't know what the fuck I would do with myself. You know?
The thing is, like,
I don't know.
There's a difference between feeling like you don't need money and wanting money. Like, everyone wants money. Like, if someone came to hand you money for nothing, no one would be stupid and say no. Like, people would say yes, right? But it's like, it's like it's as soon as you need to trade something for it, something that is a core part of your life, that's when it gets like difficult.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Time is money. And if I don't have to worry about time to make money, I have time. And I don't know, like having a kid changes your perspective a lot. Like if you had asked me this question 4 years ago before I had a kid, I'd been like, no. I would answer it the same way that you guys are answering it. Mm-hmm. But my view on it changed a little bit after having a child and having to think about like,
that's fair.
You don't have to think about there, you know, like as a parent, you can still be selfish in some ways, but I think it's not the selfish part of me that's answering. It's the one that like, I want to spend more time with them like by the time your kid turns 12 or something, you've spent like 70% of the time that you're ever going to spend with them already. And that statistic, I don't know if it's that exact number, but it's something crazy like that. That hit me in the feels so hard that it changed my mindset.
We get too deep into this, Michael will start crying on the podcast. I've seen it happen.
Yeah, don't get me started. So I'm going to take that 70% every moment that I can. And that 10 million would let me do that when I can still have like, I still have games as a hobby. It's just not the one that I love the most.
That's honestly fair though, but like, yeah, like I live comfortably, but I still like need to like, I can't spend like copious amounts of money on whatever. Like I still look at grocery prices. Like I always thought like if I were to somehow get like a fuck ton of money, like the only thing that would be nice is not having to look at prices.
Mm-hmm.
Like being so stupidly rich that you can just get what you want. Like even if it's just like something stupid, like a nicer bag of potatoes, like not the cheapest one, like just buy brands without thinking, like just like simple things like groceries or like, oh, I want this drink today, and you don't have to look at the price and be like, oh, maybe not. Like maybe.
Yeah, I don't think that's. I don't think that's worth $4. Kind of mental conversations, right?
When I go to a restaurant, I don't look at the food. I look at the price, and I think that would be an insane mindset shift for me to be able to go out to eat, and instead of like getting what I want, instead of like looking at the price and letting that determine what I want, I would get what I want and it wouldn't matter. And that would be insane.
Yeah. That's like the one good thing I can think of being like stupid rich. Not because I want a Lambo or I want some stupid like item like a block of gold or something.
Right.
I don't really care about that.
Material
but I just wanna,
stuff.
Yeah, it would be nice to like not have to. Oh, I can't get this drink because it's a little out of my budget this month. Like I've already spent on rent and.
Took me 7 months to find a couch moving into my new apartment. My couch for a while was a lawn chair and a cooler. And it was the most like bachelor pad shit. Because like couches are fucking expensive. If I have to buy a new couch, that's $1,400. That's like damn near half my take home. I can't buy a fucking couch. And then I ended up finding a resale couch for like $250. And I'm like, you know what? This has got to be good enough for a while. But like that idea of like, going to buy new furniture or whatever. And just like having it, that level of security. But that's a different conversation than $10 million to stop playing RuneScape. That is, I want to have that level of financial security. You can't put us in the same room and expect to not yap a whole lot. Because even then, trying to be respectful of time, we're getting off tangents on tangents. Which like it's 5:45 for me. I ain't worried about that shit. But it is getting late for you. So how do you feel if we put a cap on the fun question?
We can stop here. Yeah.
Perfect. Sounds good. Well, folks, you have been here to witness it. Miss Potatohime has joined us. We've had a fantastic time. Potato, before we go, who the hell are you? Where can people find you? What do you do?
I am Potatohime, and you can find me on twitch.tv/Potatohime or on YouTube and Twitter with Potatohime RS.
We'll have the links down in the description. Down.
Yes.
Click it.
We absolutely will. We will have all of her links, and we will have all of our links. Any link you will ever need will be in the description of this episode here. Yeah, all the basic end of video stuff. Like it, listen to it, comment on it. There's no community question this week. There's no achievement of the week this week. As always, that will return next week. Is it pronounced potato or potato? Swole, you're really getting somewhere, brother.
There's no shot you didn't read that potato.
I didn't. Who pronounces it potato?
Some people.
Who have you ever met? All right, recording booth.
Tomato.
In the Xpwaste chat and Discord, who in the world pronounces it potato?
They're getting banned.
You damn right they're getting banned. But yeah, thank you guys so much for joining us here. We'll be back next week with more Xpwaste content for you. I lost my train of thought with the outro.
Sorry, dude.
So
that's on me.
We're just gonna tell you guys goodbye, and we'll see you guys next week.
Bye.
Bye,
everyone.